Executive budget on CNBC TV 18, we're calling it Seize the Moment. Will the budget capture the global context as well as unleash the animal spirits of the domestic industry? That's the big question. That is the action from Lok Sabha, the Speaker calling the House to order. And in just a moment from now, you will see Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman rise to present the Union budget.
सदस्यगण, बजट के बाद राज्यपाल अभिभाषण में आपको पर्याप्त अवसर दूंगा। मेरा आपसे निवेदन है, नहीं माननीय अखिलेश जी, आपने संसद की मर्यादा को आप बना के रखे हैं। कभी बजट भाषण के अंदर इस तरीके का नहीं हुआ, ये उचित नहीं है, ये उचित नहीं है। अखिलेश जी प्लीज, मैं आपको मौका दूंगा राज्यपाल अभिभाषण पे, प्लीज। नो, ये तरीका ठीक नहीं है। नो, राज्यपाल अभिभाषण पे चर्चा होगी। नो तरीका।
Honorable Speaker, I present the budget for 25-26. This budget continues our government's efforts to A. Accelerate growth, B. Secure inclusive development, C. Invigorate private sector investments, D. Uplift household sentiments, and E. Enhance spending power of India's rising middle class. Together, we embark on a journey to unlock our nation's tremendous potential for greater prosperity and global positioning under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. As we complete the first quarter of the 21st century, continuing geopolitical headwinds suggest lower global economic growth over the medium term. However, aspiration for a Vikasit Bharat inspires us, and the transformative work we have done during our government's first 2 terms guides us to march forward resolutely. Our economy is the fastest growing among all major economies. Our development track record for the past 10 years and structural reforms have drawn global attention. Confidence in India's capability and potential has only grown in this period. We see the next 5 years as a unique opportunity to realize Sabka Vikas, stimulating balanced growth of all regions. The great Telugu poet and playwright Gurujada Apparao had said, "Deshamante matti kadoy, deshamante manushuloy," meaning a country is not just its soil, a country is its people. In line with this, for us, Vikasit Bharat encompasses zero poverty, 100% quality good school education, access to high quality, affordable and comprehensive health care, 100% skilled labor with meaningful employment, 70% women in economic activities, and farmers making our country the food basket of the world. In this budget, the proposed development measures span 10 broad areas, focusing on Garib, youth, Annadata, and Nari, spurring agricultural growth and productivity, building rural prosperity and resilience, taking everyone together on an inclusive growth path, boosting manufacturing and furthering Make in India, supporting MSMEs, enabling employment-led development, investing in people, economy, and innovation, securing energy supplies, promoting exports, and nurturing innovation. For this journey of development, our 4 powerful engines are agriculture, MSME, investments and exports. The fuel, our reforms, our guiding spirit, inclusivity, and the destination, Vikasit Bharat. This budget aims to initiate transformative reforms across 6 domains. During the first 5 years, these will augment our growth potential and global competitiveness. The domains are taxation, power sector, urban development, mining, financial sector, and regulatory reforms. Agriculture as the first engine. Now I move to specific proposals, beginning with agriculture as the first engine. Prime Minister Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana, developing agri-districts program. Motivated by the success of the aspirational district program, our government will undertake a Prime Minister Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana in partnership with states. Through the convergence of existing schemes and specialized measures, the program will cover 100 districts with low productivity, moderate crop intensity, and below average credit parameters. It aims to 1. Enhance agricultural productivity, 2. Adopt crop diversification and sustainable agricultural practices, 3. Augment post-harvest storage at the panchayat and block level, 4. Improve irrigation facilities, and 5. Facilitate availability of long-term and short-term credit. This program is likely to help 1.7 crore farmers. Building rural prosperity and resilience. A comprehensive multi-sectoral rural prosperity and resilience program will be launched in partnership with the states. This will address underemployment in agriculture through skilling, investment, technology, and invigorating the rural economy. The goal is to generate ample opportunities in rural areas so that migration is an option but not a necessity. The program will focus on rural women, young farmers, rural youth, marginal and small farmers, and landless families. The details are in Annexure A. Domestic best practices will be incorporated, and appropriate technical and financial assistance will be sought from multilateral development banks. In Phase 1, 100 developing agri-districts will be covered. Atmanirbharta in pulses. Our government is implementing the National Mission for Edible Oilseed for achieving Atmanirbharta in edible oils. Our farmers have the capability to grow enough for our needs and more. 10 years ago, we made concerted efforts and succeeded in achieving near self-sufficiency in pulses. Farmers responded to the need by increasing the cultivated area by 50%, and government arranged for procurement and remunerative prices. Since then, with rising incomes and better affordability, our consumption of pulses has increased significantly. Our government will now launch a 6-year mission for Atmanirbharta in pulses with a special focus on Tuar, Urad, and Masoor. Details are in Annexure B. Central agencies such as NAFED and NCCF will be ready to procure these 3 pulses as much as offered during the next 4 years from farmers who register with these agencies and enter into agreements. Comprehensive program for vegetables and fruits. It is encouraging that our people are increasingly becoming aware of their nutritional needs. It is a sign of a society becoming healthier. With rising income levels, the consumption of vegetables, fruits, and Shri Anna is increasing significantly. A comprehensive program to promote production, efficient supplies, processing, and remunerative prices for farmers will be launched in partnership with the states. appropriate institutional mechanisms for implementation and participation of farmer producer organizations and cooperatives will be set up. Makhana Board in Bihar. For this, there is a special opportunity for the people of Bihar. A Makhana Board will be established in the state to improve production, processing, value addition, and marketing of makhana. The people engaged in these activities will be organized into FPOs. The board will provide hand-holding and training support to makhana farmers and will also work to ensure they receive the benefits of all relevant government schemes. A national mission on high-yielding seeds will be launched, aimed at 1. Strengthening research ecosystem, 2. Targeted development and propagation of seeds with high yield, pest resistance, and climate resilience, and 3. Commercial availability of more than 100 seed varieties released since July 2024. India ranks second largest globally in fish production and aquaculture. Seafood exports are valued at 60,000 crore rupees. To unlock the untapped potential of the marine sector, our government will bring in an enabling framework for sustainable harnessing of fisheries from Indian exclusive economic zone and high seas, with a special focus on the Andaman and Nicobar and Lakshadweep Islands. For the benefit of lakhs of cotton growing farmers, I am pleased to announce a mission for cotton productivity. This 5-year mission will facilitate significant improvements in productivity and sustainability of cotton farming and promote extra long staple cotton varieties. The best of science and technology support will be provided to farmers. Aligned with our integrated 5F vision for the textile sector, this will help in increasing incomes of the farmers and ensure a steady supply of quality cotton for rejuvenating India's traditional textile sector. Kisan credit cards facilitate short-term loans for 7.7 crore farmers, fishermen, and dairy farmers. The loan limit under modified interest subvention scheme will be enhanced from 3 lakh rupees to 5 lakh rupees for loans taken through the KCC. For Atmanirbharta in urea production, our government had reopened 3 dormant urea plants in the eastern region. To further augment urea supply, a plant with annual capacity of 12.7 lakh metric tons will be set up at Namrup in Assam. India Post, with 1.5 lakh rural post offices, complemented by the India Post Payment Bank and a vast network of 2.4 lakh Dak Sevaks, will be repositioned to act as a catalyst for the rural economy. Details are at Annexure C. India Post will also be transformed as a large public logistics organization. This will meet the rising needs of Vishwakarmas, new entrepreneurs, women, self-help groups, MSMEs, and the large business organizations. Our government will provide support to NCDC for its lending operations for the cooperative sector. MSMEs as the second engine. Now I move to MSMEs as the second engine, which encompasses manufacturing and services with a focus on MSMEs numbering 5.7 crores. Currently, over 1 crore registered MSMEs, employing 7.5 crore people and generating 36% of our manufacturing, have come together to position India as a global manufacturing hub. with their quality products. With their quality products, these MSMEs are responsible for 45% of our exports. To help them achieve higher efficiencies of scale, technological upgradation, and better access to capital, the investment and turnover limits for classification of all MSMEs will be enhanced to 2.5 and 2 times respectively. This will give them the confidence to grow and generate employment for our youth. The details are given in Annexure D. To improve access to credit, the credit guarantee cover will be enhanced. First, for micro and small enterprises from 5 crore to 10 crore rupees, leading to additional credit of 1.5 lakh crores in the next 5 years. Second, for startups from 10 crore rupees to 20 crore rupees, with the guarantee fee being moderated to 1% for loans in 27 focus sectors which are important for Atmanirbhar Bharat. And for well-run exporter MSMEs, for term loans up to 20 crore rupees. Also for the micro enterprises, we will introduce customized credit cards with a 5 lakh rupee limit for micro enterprises registered on Udyam portal. In the first year, 10 lakh such cards will be issued. Fund of funds for startups. The Alternate Investment Fund, AIFs, for startups have received commitments of more than 91,000 crores rupees. These are supported by the Fund of Funds set up with the Government of India's contribution of 10,000 crore rupees. Now, a new fund of funds with expanded scope and a fresh contribution of another 10,000 crore rupees will be set up. A new scheme will be launched for 5 lakh women, scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, first-time entrepreneurs. This will provide term loans up to 2 crore rupees during the next 5 years. The scheme will incorporate lessons from the successful Stand Up India scheme. Online capacity building for entrepreneurship and managerial skills will also be organized. Measures for labor-intensive sectors. To promote employment and entrepreneurship opportunities in labor-intensive sectors, our government will undertake specific policy and facilitation measures. To enhance the productivity, quality, and competitiveness of India's footwear and leather sector, a focus product scheme will be implemented. The scheme will support design capacity, component manufacturing, and machinery required for production of non-leather quality footwear, besides the support for leather footwear and products. The scheme is expected to facilitate employment for 22 lakh persons, generate over 4 lakh crore rupees, and exports of over 1.1 lakh crore rupees. Measures for the toys sector. Building on the National Action Plan for Toys, we will implement a scheme to make India a global hub for toys. The scheme will focus on development of clusters, skills, and a manufacturing ecosystem that will create high-quality, unique, innovative, and sustainable toys that will represent the Made in India brand. Support for food processing. In line with our commitment towards Purvodaya, we will establish a National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship, and Management in Bihar. The institute will provide a strong fillip to food processing activities in the entire eastern region. This will result in 1. Enhanced income for the farmers through value addition to their produce, and 2, skilling entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for the youth. Manufacturing mission, furthering Make in India. Our government will set up a national manufacturing mission covering small, medium and large industries for furthering Make in India by providing policy support, execution roadmaps, governance and monitoring framework for central ministries and states. Details are in Annexure E. Given our commitment to climate-friendly development, the mission will also support clean tech manufacturing. This will aim to improve domestic value addition and build our ecosystem for solar PV cells, EV batteries, motors and controllers, electrolyzers, wind turbines, very high voltage transmission equipment and grid-scale batteries. Investment as the third engine. Now I move to investment as the third engine, which encompasses investing in people, investing in the economy, and investing in innovation. Investing in people. Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0. Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0 program provides nutritional support to more than 8 crore children, 1 crore pregnant women and lactating mothers all over the country, and about 20 lakh adolescent girls in aspirational districts and the Northeast region. The cost norms for these nutritional support will be enhanced appropriately. Atal Tinkering Labs. 50,000 Atal Tinkering Labs will be set up in government schools in the next 5 years to cultivate the spirit of curiosity and innovation and foster a scientific temper among young minds. Broadband connectivity to government secondary schools and PHCs. Broadband connectivity will be provided to all government secondary schools and primary health centers in rural areas under the BharatNet project. Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak Scheme. We propose to implement a Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak scheme to provide digital form Indian language books for schools and for higher education. This aims to help students understand their subjects better and in their language. National Centers of Excellence for Skilling. Building on the initiative announced in the July 24 budget, 5 national centers of excellence for skilling will be set up with global expertise and partnerships to equip our youth with the skills required for Make for India, Make for the World manufacturing. The partnership will cover curriculum design, training of trainers, and a skills certification framework and periodic reviews. Expansion of capacity in IITs. Total number of students in 23 IITs has increased 100% from 65,000 to 1.35 lakh in the past 10 years. Additional infrastructure will be created in the 5 IITs started after 2014 to facilitate education for 6,500 more students. Hostel and other infrastructure capacity at IIT Patna will also be expanded. Center of Excellence. Center of Excellence in AI for Education. I had announced 3 centers of excellence in artificial intelligence for agriculture, health, and sustainable cities in 2023. Now a center of excellence in artificial intelligence for education will be set up with a total outlay of 500 crores. Expansion of medical education. Our Our government has added almost 1.1 lakh undergraduate and postgraduate medical education seats in 10 years, an increase of 130%. In the next year, 10,000 additional seats will be added in medical colleges and hospitals towards the goal of adding 75,000 seats in the next 5 years. Daycare cancer centers in all district hospitals. Our government will facilitate setting up of daycare cancer centers in all district hospitals in the next 3 years. 200 centers will be established in 25-26 itself. Strengthening urban livelihoods. Our government has been giving priority to assisting urban poor and vulnerable groups. A scheme for socio-economic upliftment of urban workers will be implemented to help them improve their incomes, have sustainable livelihoods, and a better quality of life. PM Swanidhi scheme has benefited more than 68 lakh street vendors, giving them respite from high-interest informal sector loans. Building on this success, the scheme will be revamped with enhanced loans from banks, UPI-linked credit cards with 30,000 rupees limit, and capacity building support. Social Security Scheme for welfare of online platform workers. Gig workers of online platforms provide great dynamism to the new age services economy. Recognizing their contribution, our government will arrange for their identity cards and registration on the e-Shram portal. They will be provided health care under PM Jan Arogya Yojana. This measure is likely to assist nearly 1 crore gig workers. Investing in the economy. Public-private partnership in infrastructure. Each infrastructure-related ministry will come up with a 3-year pipeline of projects that can be implemented in PPP mode. States will also be encouraged to do so and can seek support from the India Infrastructure Project Development Fund, which is a scheme to prepare PPP proposals. Support to states for infrastructure. An outlay of 1.5 lakh crore is proposed for the 50-year interest-free loans to states for capital expenditure and incentives for reforms. Building on the success of the first asset monetization plan announced in 2021, the second plan for 2025 to 30 will be launched to plow back capital of 10 lakh crore in new projects. Regulatory and fiscal measures will be fine-tuned to support the plan. Jal Jeevan Mission. Since 2019, 15 crore households, representing 80% of India's rural population, have been provided access to portable tap water connections. To achieve 100% coverage, I am pleased to announce the extension of this mission until 2028 with an enhanced total outlay. The mission's focus will be on the quality of infrastructure and O&M of rural piped water supply schemes through Jan Bhagidari. A separate MOU or separate MOUs will be signed with the states and union territories to ensure sustainability and citizen-centric water services delivery. Urban sector reforms. Building on the July budget proposals, urban sector reforms related to governance, municipal services, urban land and planning will be incentivized. Urban Challenge Fund. The government will set up an urban challenge fund of 1 lakh crore rupees to implement the proposals for cities as growth hubs, creative redevelopment of cities, and for water and sanitation purposes announced in the July budget. This fund will finance up to 25% of the cost of bankable projects, with a stipulation that at least 50% of the cost is funded from bonds, bank loans, and PPPs. An allocation of 10,000 crore is proposed in 2025-26. Power sector reforms. We will incentivize electricity distribution reforms and augmentation of intra-state transmission capacity by states. This will improve financial health and capacity of electricity companies. Additional borrowing of 0.5% of GSDP will be allowed to states contingent on these reforms. Nuclear energy mission for Vikasit Bharat. Development of at least 100 gigawatt of nuclear energy by 2047 is essential for our energy transition efforts. For an active partnership with the private sector towards this goal, amendments to the Atomic Energy Act and the Civil Liability for Nuclear Damage Act will be taken up. A nuclear energy mission for research and development of small modular reactors with an outlay of 20,000 crore will be set up. At least 5 indigenously developed small modular reactors will be operationalized by 2033. Shipbuilding. The shipbuilding financial assistance policy will be revamped to address cost disadvantages. This will also include credit notes for shipbreaking in Indian yards to promote the circular economy. Large ships above a specified size will be included in the infrastructure harmonized master list. Shipbuilding clusters will be facilitated to increase the range, categories, and capacity of ships. This will include additional infrastructure, facilities, skilling, and technology to develop the entire ecosystem. Maritime Development Fund. For long-term financing for the maritime industry, a Maritime Development Fund with a corpus of 25,000 crore rupees will be set up. This will be for distributed support and promoting competition. This will have up to 49% contribution by the government, and the balance will be mobilized from ports and from private sector. UDAN regional connectivity schemes. UDAN has enabled 1.5 crore middle-class people to meet their aspirations for speedier travel. The scheme has connected 88 ports, airports, and operationalized 619 routes. Inspired by that success, a modified UDAN scheme will be launched to enhance regional connectivity to 120 new destinations and carry 4 crore passengers in the next 10 years. 4 crore additional passengers in the next 10 years. The scheme will also support helipads and smaller airports in hilly, aspirational, and northeast regional districts. Greenfield airports will be facilitated in Bihar to meet the future needs of the state. These will be in addition to the expansion of the capacity of Patna Airport and a brownfield airport in Beta. Western Kosi Canal project in Mithilanchal. Financial support will be provided for the Western Kosi Canal ERM project, benefiting a large number of farmers cultivating over 50,000 hectares of land in the Mithilanchal region of Bihar. Mining sector reforms, including those for minor minerals, will be encouraged through sharing of best practices and institutions of a state mining index. A policy for recovery of critical minerals from tailings will be brought out. Under the special window for affordable and mid-income housing, SWAMI, 50,000 dwelling units in stressed housing projects have been completed and keys handed over to home buyers. Another 40,000 units will be completed in 2025, further helping middle-class families who are paying EMIs on loans taken for apartments while also paying rent for their current dwellings. Building on this success, SWAMI Fund 2 will be established as a blended finance facility with contribution from the government, banks and private investors. This fund of 15,000 crore rupees will aim for expeditious completion of another 1 lakh units. PM Gati Shakti data for private sector. For furthering PPPs and assisting the private sector in project planning, access to relevant data and maps from the PM Gati Shakti portal will be provided. Tourism for employment-led growth. Top 50 tourist destination sites in the country will be developed in partnership with states through a challenge mode. Land for building key infrastructure will have to be provided by the states. Hotels in these destinations will be included in the infrastructure harmonized list. The following measures will be taken for facilitating employment-led growth. Organizing intensive skill development programs for our youth, including in institutes of hospitality management. Providing mudra loans for homestays. Improving ease of travel and connectivity to tourist destinations. Providing performance-linked incentives to states for effective destination management, including tourist amenities, cleanliness, and marketing efforts, and introducing streamlined e-visa facilities along with visa fee waivers for certain tourist groups. Continuing with the emphasis on places of spiritual and religious significance in the July budget, there will be a special focus on destinations related to the life and times of Lord Buddha. Medical tourism and heal in India. Medical tourism and heal in India will be promoted in partnership with the private sector along with capacity building and easier visa norms. Investing in innovation. To implement private sector-driven research, development and innovation initiatives announced in the July budget, I am now allocating 20,000 crore rupees for this purpose. A deep tech fund of funds will also be explored to catalyze the next generation startups as a part of this initiative. In the next 5 years, under the PM Research Fellowship Scheme, we will provide 10,000 fellowships for technological research in IITs and IISc with enhanced financial support. The second gene bank with 10 lakh germplasm lines will be set up for future food and nutritional security. This will provide conservation support to both public and private sectors for genetic resources. We will start a national geospatial mission to develop foundational geospatial infrastructure and data. Using PM Gati Shakti, this mission will facilitate modernization of land records, urban planning, and design of infrastructure projects. a Gyan Bharatam mission for survey, documentation, and conservation of our manuscript heritage with academic institutions, museums, libraries, and private collectors will be undertaken to cover more than 1 crore manuscripts. We will set up a national digital repository of Indian knowledge systems for knowledge sharing. Now I move to exports as the fourth engine. We will set up an export promotion mission with sectoral and ministerial targets driven jointly by the Ministries of Commerce, MSME, and Finance. It will facilitate easy access to export credit, cross-border factoring support, support to MSMEs to tackle non-tariff measures in overseas markets. A digital public infrastructure, Bharat Trade Net, for international trade will be set up as a unified platform for trade documentation and financing solutions. This will complement the Unified Logistics Interface platform. The BTN will be aligned with international practices. Support will be provided to develop domestic manufacturing capacities for our economy's integration with global supply chains. Sectors will be identified based on objective criteria. Facilitation groups with participation of senior officers and industry representatives will be formed for select products and supply chains. Through this, there are huge opportunities related to Industry 4.0, which needs high skills and talent. Our youth have both. Our government will support the domestic electronic equipment industry to leverage this opportunity for the benefit of our youth. A national framework will be formulated as guidance to states for promoting global capability centers in emerging Tier 2 cities. This will suggest measures for enhancing availability of talent and infrastructure, building bylaw reforms, and mechanisms for collaboration with industry. Our government will facilitate upgradation of infrastructure and warehousing for air cargo, including high-value perishable horticultural produce. Cargo screening and customs protocol will be streamlined and made user-friendly. Reforms as the fuel. Over the past 10 years, our government has implemented several reforms for convenience of taxpayers, such as faceless assessment, 2, taxpayer charter, 3, faster returns, 4, almost 99% returns being on self-assessment, and 5, Vivad Se Vishwas scheme. Continuing these efforts, I reaffirm the commitment of the tax department to trust first, scrutinize later. I also propose to introduce the new income tax bill next week. I will detail the indirect tax reforms and changes in direct taxes in Part B. Financial sector reforms. The FDI limit for the insurance sector will be raised from 74 to 100%. This enhanced limit will be available for those companies which invest the entire premium in India. The current guardrails and conditionalities associated with foreign investment will be reviewed and simplified. The services of India Post Payment Bank will be deepened and expanded in rural areas. NABFID will set up a partial credit enhancement facility for corporate bonds for infrastructure. Public sector banks will develop Grameen Credit Score framework to serve the credit needs of SHG members and people in rural areas. A forum for regulatory coordination and development of pension products will be set up. To implement the earlier announcement on simplifying the KYC processes, the revamped Central KYC Registry will be rolled out in 2025. We will also implement a streamlined system for periodic updating. Requirements and procedures for speedy approval of company mergers will be rationalized. The scope for fast-track mergers will also be widened and the process made simpler. As proposed in the interim budget, we signed bilateral investment treaties with 2 countries in 2024 to encourage sustained foreign investment, and in the spirit of First Develop India, the current model BIT will be revamped and made more investor-friendly. In the last 10 years, in several aspects, including financial and non-financial, our government has demonstrated a steadfast commitment to ease of doing business. We are determined to ensure that our regulations must keep up with technological innovations and global policy developments. A light-touch regulatory framework based on principles and trust will unleash productivity and employment. Through this framework, we will update regulations that were made under old laws. To develop this modern, flexible, people-friendly, and trust-based regulatory framework appropriate for the 21st century, I propose 4 specific measures. A high-level committee for regulatory reforms will be set up for a review of all non-financial sector regulations, certifications, licenses, and permissions. The committee will be expected to make recommendations within a year. The objective is to strengthen trust-based economic governance and take transformational measures to enhance ease of doing business, especially in matters of inspection and compliances. States will be encouraged to join in this endeavor. An investment friendliness index of states will be launched in 2025 to further the spirit of competitive, cooperative federalism. Under the Financial Stability and Development Council, a mechanism will be set up to evaluate impact of the current financial regulations and subsidiary instructions. It will also formulate a framework to enhance their responsiveness and development of the financial sector. In the Jan Vishwas Act 2023, more than 180 legal provisions were decriminalized. Our government will now bring up the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0 to decriminalize more than 100 provisions in various laws. I now move to fiscal policy. In the July budget, I had committed to staying the course for fiscal consolidation. Our endeavor will be to keep the fiscal deficit each year such that central government debt remains on a declining path as a percentage of the GDP. The roadmap for the next 6 years has been detailed in the FRBM statement. Revised estimates for 2024-25. The revised estimate of the total receipts other than borrowings is 31.47 lakh crore rupees, of which the net tax receipts are 25.57 lakh crore rupees. The revised estimate of the total expenditure is 47.16 lakh crore rupees, of which the capital expenditure is about 10.18 lakh crore rupees. The revised estimate of the fiscal deficit is 4.8% of the GDP. Budget estimates for 25-26. Coming to 25-26, the total receipts other than borrowings and total expenditure are estimated at 34.96 lakh crore rupees and 50.65 lakh crore rupees respectively. The net tax receipts are estimated at 28.37 lakh crore rupees. The fiscal deficit is estimated to be 4.4% of GDP. To finance the fiscal deficit, the net market borrowings from dated securities are estimated at 11.54 lakh crore. The balance financing is expected to come from small savings and other sources. The gross market borrowings are estimated at 14.82 lakh crore rupees. I will now move to Part B. Indirect taxes. My proposals relating to customs aim to rationalize tariff structure and address duty inversion. These will also support domestic manufacturing and value addition, promote exports, facilitate trade, and provide relief to common people. Rationalization of customs tariff structure for industrial goods. As a part of comprehensive review of customs rate structure announced in July 2024 budget, I propose to 1. Remove 7 tariff rates. This is over and above the 7 tariff rates removed in 23-24 budget. After this, there will be only 8 remaining tariff rates, including 0 rate. 2. Apply appropriate cess to broadly maintain effective duty incidence, except on a few items where such incidence will reduce marginally. 3. Levy not more than 1 cess or surcharge. Therefore, I propose to exempt social welfare surcharge on 82 tariff lines that are subject to a cess. I shall now take up sector-specific proposals. To provide relief to patients, particularly those suffering from cancer, rare diseases, and other severe chronic diseases, I propose to add 36 life-saving drugs and medicines to the list of medicines fully exempted from basic custom duty. I also propose to add 6 life-saving medicines to the list attracting concessional custom duty of 5%. Full exemption and concessional duty will also respectively apply on the bulk drugs for manufacture of the above. Specified drugs and medicines under patient assistance programs run by the pharmaceutical companies are fully exempt from BCD, provided the medicines are supplied free of cost to the patients. I propose to add 37 more medicines along with 13 new patient assistance programs. Support to domestic manufacturing and value addition. Critical minerals. In the July 2024 budget, I had fully exempted BCD on 25 critical minerals that are not domestically available. I had also reduced BCD of 2 other such minerals to provide a major fillip to their processing, especially by MSMEs. Now, I propose to fully exempt cobalt powder and waste, the scrap of lithium-ion battery, lead, zinc, and 12 more critical minerals. This will help secure their availability for manufacturing in India and promote more jobs for our youth. To promote domestic production of technical textile products such as agro-textiles, medical textiles, and geotextiles at competitive prices, I propose to add 2 more types of shuttle-less looms to the list of fully exempted textile machinery. I also propose to revise the BCD rate on knitted fabrics covered by 9 tariff lines from 10 or 20 to 20% or 115 rupees per kg, whichever is higher. Electronic goods. In line with our Make in India policy and to rectify inverted duty structure, I propose to increase the BCD on interactive flat panel display from 10% to 20% and reduce the BCD to 5% on open cell and other components. In 23-24 budget, for the manufacture of open cells of LCD, LED TVs, I had reduced the BCD on parts of open cells from 5% to 2.5%. To further boost the manufacture of such open cells, the BCD on these parts will now stand exempted. Lithium-ion battery. To the list of exempted capital goods, I propose to add 35 additional capital goods for EV battery manufacturing and 28 additional capital goods for mobile phone battery manufacturing. This will boost domestic manufacture of lithium-ion batteries, both for mobile phones and for electric vehicles. Shipping sector. Considering that shipbuilding has a long gestation period, I propose to continue the exemption of BCD on raw materials, components, consumables, or parts for the manufacture of ships for another 10 years. I also propose the same dispensation for shipbreaking to make it more competitive. Telecommunication. To prevent classification disputes, I propose to reduce the BCD from 20% to 10% on carrier-grade Ethernet switches to make it at par with non-carrier-grade Ethernet switches. Export promotion. To facilitate exports of handicrafts, I propose to extend the time period for export from 6 months to 1 year, further extendable by another 3 months if required. I also propose to add 9 items to the list of duty-free inputs. Leather sector. I propose to fully exempt BCD on wet blue leather to facilitate imports for domestic value addition and employment. I also propose to exempt crust leather from 20% export duty to facilitate exports by small tanners. Marine products. To enhance India's competitiveness in the global seafood market, I propose to reduce BCD from 30% to 5% on frozen fish paste, surimi, for manufacture and export of its analog products. I also propose to reduce BCD from 15% to 5% on fish hydrolysates for manufacture of fish and shrimp feed. In July 2024 budget, to promote development of domestic MROs for aircraft and ships, I had extended the time limit for export of foreign origin goods that were imported for repairs from 6 months to 1 year and further extendable by 1 year. I now propose to extend the same dispensation for railway goods. Time limit for provisional assessment. Presently, the Customs Act 1962 does not provide any time limit to finalize provisional assessments, leading to uncertainty and cost to trade. As a measure of promoting ease of doing business, I propose to fix a time limit of 2 years, extendable by a year, for finalizing the provisional assessment. I propose to introduce a new provision that will enable importers or exporters, after clearance of goods, to voluntarily declare material facts and pay duty with interest but without penalty. This will incentivize voluntary compliance. However, this will not apply in cases where department has already initiated audit or investigation proceedings. For industry to better plan their imports, I propose to extend the time limit for the end use of imported inputs in the relevant rules from 6 months to 1 year. This will provide operational flexibility in view of cost and uncertainty of supply. Further, such importers will now have to file only quarterly statements instead of a monthly statement. I now come to my direct tax proposals. In Part A, I have briefly underlined taxation reforms as one of key reforms to realize our vision of Vikasit Bharat. In respect of criminal law, our government had earlier ushered in Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, replacing Bharatiya Danda Sanhita. I am happy to inform this august House and the country that for new income tax bill will carry forward the same spirit of Nyaya in its drafting as well. The new bill will be clear and direct in text, with close to half of the present law in terms of both chapters and words. It will be simple to understand for taxpayers and tax administrators, leading to tax certainty and reduced litigation. Reforms, however, are not a destination. They are means to achieve good governance for our people and economy. Providing good governance primarily involves being responsive. The Tirukkural captures this in verse 542, which reads, "Vaanokki vaazhum ulagallam, mannavan kol nokki vaazhum kudi," meaning, just as the living beings live expecting rains, citizens live expecting good governance. Our government is committed to keeping an ear to the ground and a finger on the pulse and responding while balancing our national building efforts. The following measures will detail just how our government will, under the guidance of PM Modi, has taken steps to understand and address. I repeat that sentence, sir. The following measures will detail just how our government, under the guidance of PM Modi, has taken steps to understand and address the needs voiced by our citizens. My tax proposals are guided by this spirit. The objectives of my proposals are as follows. Personal income tax reforms with special focus on middle class. Rationalization of TDS and TCS for easing difficulties. Encouraging voluntary compliance. Reducing compliance burden. Ease of doing business. Employment and investment. I will come to my proposal on personal income tax towards the end. TDS and TCS, rationalization for easing difficulties. I propose to rationalize tax deduction at source, TDS, by reducing the number of rates and thresholds above which TDS is deducted. Further, threshold amounts for tax deduction will be increased for better clarity and uniformity. The limit for tax deduction on interest for senior citizens is being doubled from the present 50,000 rupees to 1 lakh rupees. Similarly, the annual limit of 2.40 lakh rupees for TDS on rent is being increased to 6 lakh rupees. This will reduce the number of transactions liable to TDS, thus benefiting small taxpayers receiving small payments. The threshold to collect tax at source, the TCS, on remittances under RBI's liberalized remittance scheme, the LRS, is proposed to be increased from 7 lakh to 10 lakhs. I also propose to remove TCS on remittances for education purposes, where such remittances is out of a loan taken from a specified financial institution. Both TDS and TCS are being applied on any transaction related to sale of goods. To prevent such compliance difficulties, I propose to omit the TCS. I also propose that the provisions of the higher TDS deduction will now apply only in non-PAN cases. In July 2024, the delay for payment of TDS up to the due date of filing statement was decriminalized. I propose to provide the same relaxation to TCS provisions as well. The government under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi believes in Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas and Sabka Prayas. In line with this, we brought in updated return facility in 2022 for voluntary compliance by taxpayers who had omitted to report their correct income. Our trust in taxpayers was proved right. Nearly 90 lakh taxpayers voluntarily updated their incomes by paying additional tax. Taking this trust further, I now propose to extend the time limit to file updated returns for any assessment year from the current limit of 2 years to 4 years. I propose to reduce the compliance burden for small charitable trusts and institutions by increasing their period of registration from 5 years to 10 years. It is also proposed that disproportionate consequences do not arise for minor defaults such as incomplete applications filed by charitable entities. Presently, taxpayers can claim the annual value of self-occupied properties as nil only on the fulfillment of certain conditions. Considering the difficulties faced by taxpayers, it is proposed to allow the benefit of 2 such self-occupied properties without any condition. To streamline the process of transfer pricing and to provide an alternative to yearly examination, I propose to introduce a scheme for determining arm's length price of international transaction for a block period of 3 years. This will be in line with global best practices. With a view to reduce litigation and provide certainty in international taxation, the scope of safe harbor rules is being expanded. A number of senior and very senior citizens have very old national savings schemes accounts. As interest is no longer payable on such accounts, I propose to exempt withdrawals made from NSS by individuals on or after 29th August 2024. I am also proposing to allow similar treatment to NPS Vatsalya accounts as is available to normal NPS accounts subject to overall limits. In my speech in July 2024, I had promised that all processes, including giving effect to appellate orders, shall be digitalized and made paperless over the next 2 years. So I'm happy to announce that digitalization is being made operational now. In July 2024, we brought in the Vivad Se Vishwas scheme to resolve income tax disputes pending in appeal. The scheme has received a great response, with nearly 33,000 taxpayers having availed of the scheme to settle their disputes. I have a few proposals to promote investment and employment. It is proposed to provide a presumptive taxation regime for non-residents who provide services to a resident company that is establishing or operating an electronics manufacturing facility. I further propose to introduce a safe harbor for tax certainty for non-residents who store components for supply to specified electronics manufacturing units. Presently, the tonnage tax scheme is available only to sea-going ships. The benefits of existing tonnage tax scheme are proposed to be extended to inland vessels registered under the Indian Vessels Act 2021 to promote inland water transport in the country. Extension for incorporation of startups. We continue to support the Indian startup ecosystem. I propose to extend the period of incorporation by 5 years to allow the benefit available to startups which are incorporated before 1/4/2030. In order to attract and promote additional activities in the IFSC, I am inter alia proposing specific benefits to ship leasing units, insurance offices, and treasury centers of global companies which are set up in IFSC. Further, to claim benefits, the cut-off date for commencement in IFSC has also been extended by 5 years to 31/3/2030. Category 1 and Category 2 AIFs are undertaking investments in infrastructure and other such sectors. I propose to provide certainty of taxation to these entities on the gains from securities, to promote funding from sovereign wealth funds and pension funds to the infrastructure sector. I propose to extend the date of making an investment by 5 more years up to 31st March 2030. Personal income tax reforms with special focus on middle class. Democracy, demography, and demand are the key support pillars in our journey towards Vikasit Bharat. The middle class provides strength for India's growth. This government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, has always believed in the admirable energy and ability of the middle class in nation building. In recognition of their contribution, we have periodically reduced their tax burden. Right after 2014, the nil tax slab was raised to 2.5 lakhs of rupees, which was further raised to 5 lakh rupees in 2019 and to 7 lakh rupees in 2023. This is reflective of our government's trust on the middle class taxpayers. I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees. So, average income of 1 lakh per month, other than the special rate income such as capital gains, under the new regime. This limit will be 12.75 lakh for salaried taxpayers due to the standard deduction of 75,000. Slabs and rates are being changed across the board to benefit all taxpayers. The new structure will substantially reduce the taxes of the middle class and leave more money in their hands, boosting household consumption, savings, and investment. In the new tax regime, I propose to revise tax rate structures as follows: 0 to 4 lakh rupees nil, 4.8 lakh rupees to 4 to 8 lakh rupees 5%, 8 to 12 lakh rupees 10%, 12 to 16 lakh rupees 15%, 16 to 20 lakh rupees 20%, 20 to 24 lakh rupees 25%, and above 24 lakh rupees 30%. To taxpayers up to 12 lakh of normal income, other than special rate income such as capital gains. I read that again. To taxpayers up to 12 lakh of income, other than special rate income such as capital gains, tax rebate is being provided in addition to the benefit due to slab rate reduction in such a manner that there is no tax payable by them. The total tax benefit of slab rate changes and rebate at different income levels can be illustrated with a few examples. A taxpayer in the new regime with an income of 12 lakh rupees will get a benefit of 80,000 rupees in tax, which is 100% of tax payable as per the existing rates. A person having income A person having income of 18 lakh rupees will get a benefit of 70,000 rupees in tax. That is 30% of tax payable as per existing rates. A person with an income of 25 lakh gets a benefit of 1,10,000 rupees, that is 25% of his tax payable as per existing rates. Details of my tax proposals are given in the annexure. As a result of these proposals, Honorable Speaker, sir, revenue of about 1 lakh crore in direct taxes and 2,600 crores in indirect taxes will be foregone. Mr. Speaker, sir, with this, I commend the budget to this august House.
Item number.
Well, I think the Finance Minister saved the best for the last, without doubt. On personal income taxation, there is a big announcement which has come. No income tax up to 12 lakh rupees under the new income tax regime. The entire slab structure itself has been changed. A new slab has been added as well. 1 or 2 new slabs have been added as well. And we'll have all of that up for you. Towards the end, the Finance Minister actually gave examples. She said that a person having an income of 18 lakh rupees per annum will get a relief of 70,000 rupees. And a person having an income of 25 lakh rupees will get a relief of 1.1 lakh in terms of their tax burden. So, I mean, that is essentially the announcement which the market has liked. On the macro big numbers, I'll toss to Lata in a bit, but, the 4.4% fiscal deficit target, which she said earlier, that remains. We are still, of course, waiting for the CAPEX number for FY26, the budget estimate on CAPEX for FY26. But she's managed to provide some relief to the income tax payer, middle class, right at the end. And I think, as you can see, the market reaction as well, there was a steep sell-off when she began, and she kept that fiscal deficit at 4.4%, dampening hopes about how much relief she can provide. But of course, towards the end, I mean, that personal income tax relief which she has provided for income of up to 12 lakh rupees exempt, I think that has provided a bit of cheer to the market as well. And the Nifty is back up a little bit, still down from where it was pre-budget, but we're down about 0.15. But I think this is a lot of taxation-related changes, both on the direct side and indirect side.
Finally,
as well.
I think we have to reserve our judgment.
Yeah.
We have to reserve our judgment because she gave us the net tax income for the government, and she said that that is going up from 25.47 trillion to 28.37 trillion, which is a rise of about 11%. So if you're cutting personal income tax and still this is up, we have to find out where
she's found the money.
there have been increases. As well, your expenditure has gone up by 7.4%. According to her, she mentioned total expenditure goes up from 47 trillion to 50.65 trillion. That's a rise of 7.4%. And you have got these tax reliefs. So is the CAPEX budget cut? We will have to
She
wait
said
to
1
see
lakh
that.
crore is the tax foregone on direct taxes, and I think there was a number on indirect taxes as well.
Which I missed.
She, towards the end, I think
Yes,
tax
she said
foregone on
about
both
tax
those counts.
foregone,
Yeah.
but don't have the number. So my sense is maybe the CAPEX budget has been
Maybe it's
cut.
a little subdued, has been cut.
So it's finally a bonanza for the middle class, because after a long time, you've got big announcements coming in, and not just on personal income tax. Some of the bigger demands of the tax world, they have also been addressed. Let's start with personal income tax. Now, these are the rates that I could pick up, and we're just cross-verifying all the slabs because the entire slab structure has changed in the new income tax regime. What's the first headline? The first headline is that there is nil tax payable up to an income of 12 lakh rupees. The first slab is not starting at 12, but because of the way the slabs have been structured and the rebates, you don't have to pay any tax up to an income of 12 lakh rupees. This figure was 7 lakh rupees up until yesterday. That is, I mean, we're talking about the previous budget up until FY25. So 7 lakhs was the limit of nil tax. Now 7 moves to 12. So that's a big boost. The slab 0 to 4 lakhs, 4 to 8 lakhs, 8 to 12 lakhs, 12 to 16 lakhs. 16 to 20, there is 20 to 24, and the 30% rate now comes in only above 24 lakh rupees. So there's a sort of a big boost coming in over there, and then the rates come in 5%, 12%, 15, 20, 25. So this is what we have. We're going to cross-check some of the figures there, but this is what was, first glance, first hearing, this is what came out. So this is, point number one. The second thing that, a lot of homeowners will absolutely, like to hear is that the second house property that you have, which was subject to easier taxation only if you complied with certain very stringent provisions. Those provisions are getting relaxed. So not just one, but now two self-occupied house properties will get a beneficial tax treatment. They will be treated as nil value from a tax perspective. So again, this is a big boost coming in for those women who do have two house properties. That's the other one. The third major sort of relaxation or rationalization has come in the TCS and TDS regime, something which the industry was asking for many years. And one of them, which I remember because there was such a furor around this earlier, is the remittances that happen through the LRS route, where the cap was 7 lakhs. If you were remitting money above 7 lakh rupees, then a TCS had to be paid. Now that limit has been increased to 10 lakhs. So if Prashant and Lata are planning big foreign holidays with, big packaged holidays, then there is a bit of a TCS and cash flow relief comes in. But I think we have a panel of experts. Let's actually get to them.
That was anyway set off with TDS.
Yeah, but let's actually get to the tax experts. Ashok, let me ask you first. So big bang for the middle class finally?
Yeah, I'm glad at last. For years, middle class has been waiting to see whether they get real relief. And I think moving the slabs up is really very good. I'm not sure I heard it right, but my sense was that the 30% slab applies only above 30 lakhs. But I may be wrong.
Above 24.
What we heard was 24 lakhs.
24 lakh.
Yeah. So I think at least up to 25 lakhs, it's serious relief. And she was computing the numbers and giving it to us. The question that Lata asked, which is a very relevant question, is that, if you are maintaining your fiscal deficit to the levels that you had announced, and you are foregoing 1 lakh crores in direct taxes, 2,600 crores in indirect taxes, and you are showing 11% increase in your tax collection, then where is the gap? We need to see the fine print to be able to see, where is the tax collection happening. But overall, I would say, from a middle class perspective, a fantastic budget, although corporates may be a little disappointed. There wasn't much that was at least spoken from a corporate tax perspective. But again, we'll have to look at the fine print.
Yeah, actually, on indirect tax, the amount foregone is only 2,600 crores.
Said right
so it's not a great deal.
If I can just ask Mr. Kanabar. Mr. Kanabar, you've been listening keenly as well. In the direct personal taxes, of course, is the big headline. But anything else you caught on the taxation front? Lots of announcements.
Actually, quite a bit, really. And sort of, just before the budget, we spoke about ease of compliance and quite a few things. Like, for example, there was this regarding safe harbor rules being extended. And of course, nobody cheered it up in the House of Parliament because this is not a subject which people would normally understand. But that's going to be something which will ease the compliance burden of multinationals, will promote a lot of foreign investment. Similarly, tonnage tax being applied to domestic vessels. Again, something very welcome. And then a few other things. So, for example, charity, if you are recognized, rather than renew every 5 years, you would renew every 10 years. You are permitted to update your return for 4 years. Each one of them may appear to be small things, but they were really irritants. And sort of their going out is going to be something which is very welcome. I think it's quite a bit, really.
Well, that's the budget Nirmala Sitharaman has delivered, saving the best for the last. As we've been pointing out, this has been the big ask, the big expectation, the big hope, and the Finance Minister delivering. As the Prime Minister said, the focus this time around was going to be on the Madhyam Varg, or the middle class, and that is what the tax slabs that have been introduced in the budget have taken forward. So up to 12 lakh rupees, as we've been pointing out, no income tax is payable, and of course, new introduction as far as different slabs are concerned, and the 30% kicks in above 24 lakh rupees. But it's consumption that seems to have been the focus of this budget. We're still waiting for the fine print as far as the capex number is concerned. The revised estimate comes in at 10.18 lakh crore rupees. What is the BE? We need to know. But it is consumption that the government has gone for as part of what we are seeing. Let me very quickly bring in a take there from Madhu Kela. Madhu, FMCG stocks on fire at this point in time. It's a consumption boost that was being hoped for.
Yeah. Surin, this is a big one. I think getting to 12 lakh rupees, I don't think anyone in the market was expecting this. So this is clearly a big one. And I have the capex number. It is 11.21 lakhs crores. So essentially, even the capex number are in line with what the market would have expected from 10.2 to 11.21. And fiscal deficit, again, 4.4% next year. So I think they have met all the numbers which was guessed by the markets. I think it is on the better side only than what market would have assumed before the budget.
Okay, so 11.21 lakh crore rupees, that's the capex number, Madhu Kela, that you're giving us. That's coming in from the budget fine print. So as you're saying, the expectation was, or the hope was, between 12 and 14 lakh crore rupees. The government coming back with a number of 11.21 lakh crore rupees. So it is an improvement over what was the allocation last time around. Remember, 11.11 lakh crore rupees, so a slight improvement there, but an improvement over the RE. Disinvestment and monetization target has been kept at 47,000 crores for FY26. FY25 RE at 33,000 crores from 50,000 crores in B. Again, along expected lines, we've seen this happen on the disinvestment front time and time again, and that's what seems to have happened even as far as this year's budget is concerned. 11.2 lakh crores is the capex number. Very quickly, let me bring in our guest, Zia Modi. A quick take, the big headlines for you from Budget 2025.
Thank you. I think from my perspective, the now formalization of the insurance FDI to 100% is good news. What is even better news is the Finance Minister's commitment to revamp the KYC norms in 2025, which has caused a lot of pain in the ease of doing business. I think that the IBC, I was looking forward to some announcements on pre-packs or cross-border IBC situations. Maybe that will come later, but that is very important because that law has clearly brought down our NPAs. The enhancement of the judiciary, the dropping of government taking cases to court. Government today is our biggest litigator. Maybe there will be something in the fine print to show that unnecessary litigation can be cut down, especially since the FM has said she's digitizing faceless assessments, etc. I think that the one thing that stands out, which I'm hoping to see some movement from the government, is a liberalization of Press Note 3, which is the bordering countries, which has had a lot of unintended effects and slowed down FDI from private equity. But all in all, I think the message of getting out of the way, to stop micromanaging, to listen to the industry and to allow the theory of being honest unless you are proved dishonest are all very, very positive messages.
Yes, positive messages. And speaking of positive messages, we're still going over the internals now, because remember, as the Finance Minister was pointing out, a lot of the details there in the annexure, not in the speech. More good news, the tax deduction limit for senior citizens has doubled from 50,000 rupees to 1 lakh rupees. So more sweeteners there coming in. The tax deduction limit for senior citizens has been doubled from 50,000 rupees to 1 lakh rupees. We will have to wait to see under whether that's under Section 80D, but we'll get to that. Let me bring in our other guests as well. We've got plenty with us here. Before I get back, Madhu, a quick take on the markets from where we are before we get the other voices in.
Yeah. So, I think from a market perspective, I would like to mention one thing. There is a lot of emphasis on ease of doing business, decriminalization of laws, and making things really, really simple. Apart from increasing the personal taxation slab. One more thing, she spoke about the introduction of new income tax bill, which is to be tabled next week, and which will basically deregulate a lot of things. So this will be perceived very, very positively, and it's a basically continuation of the good effort. From a market perspective, shouldn't we are back to back to basics? I think this will be a range-bound market this year, and this will be stock pickers market. So if you can really take advantage of all this volatility which is there and pick up good companies, that's where money will be made.
I mean, absolutely. By the way, as you said, the volatility is back, right? We were up, we recovered after that personal income tax announcement. We're down about 50-60 points on the Nifty once again. Prashant Khemka is with us as well. Prashant, do you think this will, by the way, the Nifty FMCG index is up some 3%, Maruti is up 6%. More money in the hands of the middle class. Where will they spend it in your assessment? And as a money manager, what looks best placed?
See, I think overall it is positive for the market. As Madhu just pointed out, the most important thing to me is that there's a genuine intent and effort. It comes through very clearly to increase the ease of doing business. So it's directionally very positive. There's no material negative. I usually, when I'm sitting and hearing the budget, I keep tab of the positive snippets and negative, and there are hardly any on the negative side. Whereas on the ease of doing business, the underlying spirit of the budget is to simplify rather than to complicate things, which is often the problem with budgetary speeches. So be it 100% FDI in insurance, simplifying TCS, TDS, or decriminalizing additional 100 laws, safe harbor rules, as mentioned earlier by Mr. Kanabar, I believe. So a lot of the, obviously, fine print needs to be still seen. But all sounds very positive. And most importantly, the finance minister mentioned the new income tax bill, which is scheduled for next week, would be, in her words, it would be clear, simple to understand, and provide tax clarity. That would be a big boost to overall business environment, and that can only be positive for job creation as well as for the markets, broader market. So if there is additional savings in the pockets of middle class, I think the market, rather than selecting a particular sector, I think it should be positive for the broader Indian market.
Okay, gentlemen, I just want to come to a couple of additional announcements that we haven't heard so far. They're all from the budget documents, and these are perhaps going to be very welcome by the financial services sector, and I'll get to the experts in just a bit. For GIFT City, there is a boost. It is proposed that transfer of share of unit or interest held by a shareholder in the original fund in consideration for the share or unit or interest in a resultant fund on relocation shall not be regarded as a transfer for the purpose of calculating capital gains. There was an ask that if a fund or a structure is relocating from a foreign destination to IFSC GIFT City, then give it some tax relief from the point of view of capital gains, and that seems to have come through. And one more, the extension of the date for sovereign wealth funds that are investing in the India infrastructure sector. There was a sunset, but now look at the extension. Instead of March 2025, they have extended it all the way to 31st of March 2030 to attract long-term capital in the infrastructure sector, perhaps. So if I could go back to the panel, Mr. Kanabar, your thoughts on some of these internals that are arising from the next years?
Both of them very, very welcome. This
Absolutely.
was something, a very, very specific ask.
Yeah.
Clearly, investment into infrastructure is something which is long gestation. There is no point in tinkering it year on year, and giving it a 5-year thing is something which is very much welcome. Similarly, the proposition is that if there are funds with investments in India and they are relocating into the GIFT City, then there should not be a tax implication. Again, that has been accepted. Both very, very welcome. Similarly, there is this whole provision that if your transfer pricing is accepted, it is accepted for a block of 3 years. Again, will make not a lot of non-residents relook at India and come back to say the transfer pricing litigation will come down. All very, very welcome.
Okay. No, that's good to hear. Actually, I have some problem perhaps with the confidence. Corporate tax growth, according to the BE for the current year, works out to 7.5% higher. For next year, the and the estimate is that it will rise by 10.5%. So we keep our fingers crossed over there. One expects that corporate sector has to do better, but obviously that is the estimation. But otherwise, the estimations are very modest. For instance, income tax this year, it is up by 22% as of December, for which we have data. They have estimated only 20% higher for the full year. But for next year, the estimate is only 14.4. Clearly because tax rates have come down. So the estimates seem modest when it comes to income tax. Corporate income tax, I hope we deliver on that 10.5. But I think within this, in spite of not assuming very aggressively, they have been able to give, a capex of up by about 10%. So that's very good. Yeah. Prashant, can you tell me why the market is sulking? It's got its tax cuts. It's got nothing negative in terms of capital gains. But actually, there's red on the screen. Bank Nifty is down about 0.5%, 0.6. Anything that's niggling the markets at all? Prashant, and then I'll come to Madhukela on that.
See, hard to say with markets 0.5% here or there, but if it was me, I would read this as a positive, and I would think if I had not seen the market ticker, I would have expected the market to be positive today by a percentage point at least, because the absence of any negative itself is a big positive. And then as we were talking earlier, there are a lot of, absent the fine print, still a lot of directionally very positive announcements, the 100% to FDI 74 to 100%. In and of itself, none of these measures may be big enough to have a positive impact. But when you view them collectively, it shows the direction in which the government wants to take it.
Actually, it's I think the defense stocks and the railway stocks that are going down, because I guess something specific was expected on defense. But otherwise, FMCG stocks, consumption stocks, all the trends, the Britannias, the auto stocks, Bajaj Auto, all of them are up and about. Maruti Suzuki's numbers also have been good for December. Mr. Dinesh Khara is also with us, former chairman of State Bank of India. Mr. Khara, the borrowing has been kept almost as expected. It's about 14.8 trillion. I think the market expectation was 14.5. But the fiscal deficit is lower than expected at 4.4%. What do you think you can expect? Rate cuts now? Good times for banks?
I think it may or may not have any impact on the rate cut, but yes, certainly, it certainly reflects that what is the government thinking. And so long as fiscal is kept within check, certainly it is an indication that inflation will also remain under check. That is what I would like to add. And also I would like to mention when it comes to various sectors, particularly what is talked about in terms of the income tax. Personal income tax, it is going to spare a lot of liquidity with the middle class, which will certainly spend. Likewise, when it comes to agriculture also, the KCC limit has been increased. Similarly, when it comes to MSME also, they have increased the guarantee cover. And similarly for the exports. So I think these are some of the sectors which are eventually going to have the mainstay when it comes to the economy.
Right.
So I think on these very parameters, it really augurs very well when it comes to the economy overall. And the kind of challenges which we faced in the last quarter numbers, they are very well being addressed through this budget.
Got it.
The point taken about MSMEs, I think what the chairman is pointing out is very well taken.
Sajid is with us as well. He was with us right before the budget speech started. Sajid, what did you make of the big macro numbers? All in line?
Very much in line, right? This is following the rhyme and rhythm of previous budgets. I think conservatism is the needed was the buzzword here. The deficit number is very similar to what we thought. 4.8 goes to 4.4. Nominal GDP assumed quite conservatively at 10.1%, so this year is below 10. And the question was, and we had also said that capex to GDP would remain in line with what is achieved this year, and that's panned out as well. Capex is rising in line with nominal GDP. I guess the question was always, where was the consolidation going to be achieved? Will it be on the revenue side or the expenditure side? It's largely on the expenditure side, and it's happening on non-capex expenditure. So there's some expenditure restraint on revenue expenditures. The other one point to keep in mind is on tax buoyancy. Once you adjust for the foregone revenues from the tax cuts, the budget essentially is assuming a tax buoyancy of 1.3. Okay. Now, this year we got about 1.1. So we'll wait to see if that's achieved. But I think no major surprises as far as the big fiscal math is concerned.
You know, the GTR, gross tax revenue, is assumed to rise by 10.8%. And nominal GDP by 10.1%. So it doesn't look like it's...
No, well, because Lata, you have to adjust for the foregone tax revenue, which is 1 lakh crore from the tax cuts.
Yeah.
So when you adjust for the foregone revenue, then what you're assuming is the effective growth in gross taxes is 13% and a nominal GDP of 10.1.
Okay. Well, we have Anish Shah also with us. Mr. Shah, what have you made? The auto stocks are up and about.
One is a demand stimulus that was much needed and very well delivered. Second, a focus on making India the manufacturing hub of the world. The focus on ease of doing business, on enabling capital goods to be imported at lower rates, and importantly, addressing the duty inversion that we've seen. These are all things that will help make in India in a much more significant way. And the third is inclusive development, which is also something that is important for us as an economy. So on balance, a very good budget. The capex from a government standpoint stays on course, which is something that we ideally would have liked. And the fiscal discipline stays on course as well.
Well, that's right. The fiscal discipline stays on course. Capex, along what clearly what the economic survey as well as the CA were highlighting would be the trend as far as Capex was concerned. But then you can't have Capex and the consumption boost at the same time. So the expectation of doing 20-25% on Capex and then also providing income tax relief, which has been the big focus of this budget, can the two be reconciled together is the big question. So the government this time around has prioritized consumption and relief for the middle class. And if you just bring up all of those stocks, FMCG stocks at this point in time, the new age stocks, Zomato and Swiggy and all of the others, and Mangalam is standing by with a rundown of everything that's moving. That side of the market clearly is firing at this point. But let me bring back our budget editors into the conversation as well, Atanu Chakrabarti and Ratin Roy. Mr. Chakrabarti, to you first. As far as the big numbers were concerned, pretty much steady as you go.
Yes, very much in a sense that the borrowing numbers satisfy the requirement of I was looking in containment, they have actually gone in for reduction. So even if numbers don't hold at the end of the year, still the borrowing numbers, the gross borrowing numbers are lower than last year, assuming a fiscal deficit at 4.4%.
Yeah.
RE is at 4.8%. So a good glide path there. Consumption, Philip, given through, as you just mentioned.
Were you expecting them to go as far as they have? Or has it surprised you on the positive side?
Frankly, no. I am pleasantly surprised and very happy about it that the fiscal reduction, debt reduction is, because that opens up the credit growth for the industry in general, which has been sort of accounted for in a lot of expenditure proposals. They're depending upon bankable schemes.
Right.
So unless you open up that space and crowd out, you are not going to get that. So there is, I can see a design in the entire thing, that fiscal reduction, which was important, and that builds upon a lot of bankable schemes that have come.
So Ratin Roy, they have delivered on the 3 C's that we were talking about. Capex, you can argue about whether they could have done more, but more importantly on consumption, they've clearly delivered more than what the market or even the consumer was hoping for. And even on consolidation, they've stuck to the glide path.
Yeah, well, I was not expecting them to not stick to the glide path. I was not at all sure whether the government would engage in yet another round of wishful thinking. Quite frankly, I think the execution capabilities of this government, as far as capex is concerned, has hit its limits at 11 to 12 lakh crores. Now, the point is to try and promote capex in the private sector, where the real execution capability is. Looks like this is what the government has in mind.
Yeah.
But I'd like to puncture one balloon. Everyone here that's come on your program so far, me included, is in the top tax bracket. And everyone who pays tax in India is in the very rich part of the population. It is facile to call them middle class. So what has happened is, at the cost of 1 lakh crores to the exchequer, which is a small price to pay, is a major increase in the regressivity of our income tax system. Till yesterday, you had to earn 3.5 times the per capita income to start paying income tax. You will now have to earn 6 times the per capita income, 6 times the per capita income to start paying income tax. So by no stretch of the imagination can we say that these people who begin to pay income tax at 6 times the per capita income belong to anything other than the top 5 or 10% of the population. So that regressivity has come at what cost? Well, it has come at, the tax system has become more regressive because if you look at the indirect tax burden, it's the same. So you have the progressive part of the tax system, which is direct taxes, is now nicer to the rich people. The indirect taxes, where the burden is shared between rich and poor, remains high. And therefore, what ends up is the proportion of taxes relatively poor people who don't pay income taxes but do pay indirect taxes is now greater. So this is, in that sense, on the tax side, a regressive budget. It will increase consumption of you and me. It is going to do nothing, absolutely nothing, for consumption of the Aam Aadmi.
Okay. Well, we'll have to wait to see, but the market reaction at this point in time is 2 thumbs up. Mangalam, very quickly, run us through what's happening on that side.
Well, you know, it is a consumption budget, Shireen. Tell you, no income tax payable up to 12 lakh rupees, income of, you know, up to 18 lakh rupees, saving 70,000 rupees, and income of up to 25 lakh rupees will save over 1.1 lakh in taxes. What does this do? A shot in the arm for all the urban consumption names. So we have, you know, names like Jubilant Foodworks, Zomato, Trent, D-Mart, the ones who have a higher propensity of revenue coming in from the urban centers doing extremely well. No tinkering on taxes for you know, all the sin goods. Those stocks also doing extremely well, and some support coming into rural and agri names has you know, positive impact on larger FMCG names as well. The FMCG index had been underperforming. The street was hoping for some sort of shot in the arm coming in from the budget to consumption. The government has gone ahead and made its 2 steps. Now the rest remains on the FMCG industry to go ahead and deliver those growth numbers. Most of these stocks are actually trading very close to their 10-year averages as well. So from a valuation standpoint as well, this budget has a trifecta of all positive news coming in from the consumption sector. And we're seeing that in names like Jubilant Food, Trent, ITC, all of them being among the top gainers in today's trading session.
They certainly are, but let me go back to Anisha before I let him go. Anisha, you know, in what way does what has been delivered today change the needle? Do you believe, as far as private investment is concerned, that's been the big hope and the big ask in terms of consumption as well? And also from a manufacturing standpoint, the measures announced by the budget, including on the customs side, on each of these 3-pronged areas, how does the needle move post the budget?
I think it just accelerates our pace, Shireen, because the fundamentals have been very strong in the economy. We've seen short-term blip from a demand standpoint. With the consumption incentives given here, hopefully that is addressed. The more important thing is to ensure that we can manufacture in India at a much lower cost than the rest of the world. And that will allow the economy to grow at a much faster pace. And a number of measures taken here are steps in the right direction to make that happen.
Okay, got that point, Anish. By the way, I just want to point out, trying to go through more and more of the annexures. So while the budget speech spoke about the reduction in TDS thresholds for certain segments, for instance, the LRS limit 7 going to 10 lakhs, there is an increase in TDS rates or the thresholds for a whole range of payments. Dividends for an individual shareholder, income in respect of a mutual fund from a specified company undertaking, winnings from lottery, crossword puzzle, winnings from horse races. So there are several cases where the thresholds have been increased. So that's what we have at this point in time. Just want to go back to the panel here, and Sunil, if I could come to you. What is the big picture takeaway? The headline clearly seems to be that the middle class has finally gotten the relief. But one ask, at least I have not found even in the fine print so far, which is corporate India was asking that new manufacturing companies should be given more relief, that concessional income tax rate of 15% should be brought back, if not 15, 18%. But as of now, we've not seen evidence of that in the speech or in the documents. Your overall take on what this will mean once we go beyond the personal income tax bonanza?
So thank you for having me. So I think, Surabhi, a lot of eyeballs and discussions is obviously pertaining to the income tax relief, and rightly so. The government has given 1 lakh crore in the hands of crores of Indians, and that is a welcome step because I think the economy was suffering from low consumption, a combination of obviously maybe, less disposable income as well as tight liquidity situations. So the liquidity situation was eased off a little bit 3-4 days back when the central bank pumped in 1.5 lakh crore. And now this 1 lakh crore additional also has the potential of at least, kickstarting a little bit of a temporary blip in consumption. Having said that, I think capital expenditure, which was slated to be 11 lakh crores, the government has not been able to spend the entire amount, maybe because, because of inflation, everything got deferred. And to that extent, the kickstart as far as capex is concerned has got deferred a little bit. Luckily for next year, we are again looking at a 10% growth on this lower 10 lakh number. And I think that is something which is very interesting and is very, very needed. As far as your comments are concerned, I think a lot of announcements were made in terms of, pushing manufacturing in India, particularly, industries where it's more smaller industries, SMEs, where there are a lot of imports, a lot of manpower required, like textiles or leather or toys and so on and so forth. So I think the intent is very clear that we need to make India a powerhouse in terms of manufacturing also. We still have to see the fine print.
Yeah.
But on the face of it, obviously, this 15% has not been revised. But on the infra side, I think there has been a 5-year extension in terms of fresh investment, which will
Absolutely,
be
the sovereign wealth funds.
benefit. So I think it's a good balance. I think overall, it's a very balanced budget. I wouldn't say it's like a superlative growth-focused budget, but this 1 lakh crore of added income in the hands of crores of Indians, I think that's a key positive.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to add to that the annexures show a whole range of announcements to make GIFT City more attractive. Again, that's a stated roadmap to try and get in more longer-term capital through that route. In fact, let me answer, and one more point we should keep in mind on crypto, by the way, there is a clear reporting framework that has been announced. It says there is a proposal to bring an amendment in the Act for this new reporting framework for all regulated entities, which would be crypto exchanges. They have to give information on digital virtual assets in a specified format as the government asks for it. So that's one. But coming on this point, if I could throw this to Ashok and maybe to Dinesh as well. Ashok, coming to you first. While, visibly we don't have that headline on 15% tax for new manufacturing companies, I don't know if you had a chance to go through some of the GIFT City provisions or the other provisions, sovereign wealth funds we've spoken about. Do you find anything else there that could excite longer-term investors looking at India?
I'm actually just looking at the fine print. It's just been delivered to me. And there does not seem to be anything which is specific. I mean, obviously, we've all spoken about the infrastructure. We've all spoken about the one question that's still unclear is that if a domestic fund, in other words, if a fund from India was to relocate to the GIFT City versus a global fund being relocated to GIFT City, whether the relocation from India to GIFT City also triggers the same benefit or not. That's not been clarified in my view. But there's clarity about global funds being relocated to GIFT City. There is clarity.
Yeah.
I haven't been able to pick up whether, if for example, a normal fund, an AIF was to decide to relocate to GIFT City, whether that capital gains would be exempted or not. I haven't got that done. But there is language around parity on long-term capital gains on transfer of securities between residents and non-residents. And there was some lack of parity when changes were made last year, both in terms of property as well as, of course, in securities. And I think they seem to have brought that parity back. That certainly seems to have been provided as a clarification. But over to Dinesh for that.
I just wanted to come in with some of the sectoral outlays, guys, and maybe we should just bring up these numbers for the benefit of all of our viewers. The defense sector outlay has seen a reduction at 4.91 lakh crore rupees. The budget has allocated 4.9 lakh rupees for the defense ministry. That's down from 6.2 lakh crores in the July 2024 budget. So that's as far as the defense allocation is concerned. At 4.9 lakh rupees for defense, down from 6.2 lakh crores in the July 2024 budget. Rural development, an outlay of 2.6 lakh crore rupees. Agriculture, 1.7 lakh crores. Education, 1.28 lakh crore rupees. Health, 98,311 crores. Urban Development, 96,777 crores. IT and Telecom, 95,298 crores. We'd have to also see whether there is an enhancement or a reduction across, but defense, there is clearly a curtailment as far as the outlay is concerned at 4.91 lakh crore rupees versus the 6.2 lakh crores. You wanted to come in, Rathin?
No, I just wanted to say that one good thing in this suit boot budget, which should help all the suit boots who are celebrating this so-called middle-class tax cut, is a very promising announcement the Finance Minister made, that she's going to cut the tax code in half. That's been long overdue, long overdue. And much as I might be, sad at the celebration that's going on about this, people earning 6 times the per capita income getting a tax break, lowering the tax code bill, I think, should incentivize the growth in taxation. I also want to caution about the numbers for next year. The implicit buoyancy of 1.3, 1.4 that is implied in this budget is very rarely achieved by government, especially at a time when growth is tanking. So that this particular cut, although the absolute amount is only 1 lakh crores, might actually put pressure on government outlays. On defense, I want to say, I think the government has been very realistic. They're unable to spend on defense. So there's no point allocating money for defense when you can't spend any money. And I think the government has done quite the right thing to make it more realistic for next year, because they have a good idea about how they're going to be able to allocate money to defense next year. So all in all, I think on the expenditure side, the budget has been prudent, and therefore you're seeing more modest outlays, because the execution capability of the government is limited. And it is for that reason, and not because of the tax cuts, that the expenditure side looks, moderate.
Fair point, and that's an interesting and important point that you make as far as the defense sector allocation is concerned. Mr. Chakrabarti, you've been going over the fine print. Anything there, and especially as far as the housing sector, etc., is concerned, cement, steel, what do you believe that the budget does in terms of infrastructure, housing specifically?
Two, three things. For defense first, I guess we need to, because these are reasonably finely balanced. So perhaps we have to see between the revenue allocation, because revenue was about 3 lakh crores, balance about, so it was about 4 point odd something.
Right.
So I'm a bit surprised when we say 6, because there are some other allocation for roads, etc., which keep changing. So I guess a fine print needs to be seen. This is unlikely. There's not much of a scope for cutting, because almost 75% of the capital acquisition in any case is domestic.
Correct.
So therefore, the numbers are reasonably well known. So that's one particular thing I'm happy about is about IFSC, which we just discussed.
The gift city,
A, income tax, B, getting AIFs in. Because if you see, the corporate tax is at 9.8% growth. Less than 10.8% envisaged, 9.8 lakh crore, about 40,000 crore less than what was envisaged at B stage. It has not really kept up pace. So the only disruptors in the economy are going to be the startups and GCCs, where there's a lot of private equity movement, which could happen only through IFSC. To that extent, one again has to see the fine print of regulation and everything, but at least a correct direction on the things to come.
Correct direction, and of course, as we've been pointing out, we are poring over the fine print at this point in time, because the speech did not focus on the details which are available in the annexures. But let me toss it back to you in Bombay.
Shireen, thanks very much for that. I'm just looking at the market, and I don't want to sort of put everything which is happening on the budget. I mean, after all, it's for Saturday as well. So we must keep that in mind. But FMCG, of course, the index is up almost 4% now. So if anything, it's picked up a little bit more steam. And the auto space is up about 2% as well. On the other side, defense, as you said, Shireen, in terms of allocation, sharp deceleration, right? The index is now, there's a nifty defense index, it's down 3%. And the PSC, CPSC, a couple of these government company indices, oil and gas, they're all down between 2 and 3% at this point. The metals index is down about 1.8% as well. And IT as an index is down about 1.5% as well. I just want to go back to Sunil for a bit. Sunil, with this sort of 1 lakh crore boost to the, the taxpayers, as an investor, does it make you any more bullish directionally to look at that area? There is on this Friday, we'll have something from the RBI as well, maybe a rate cut.
So I think, Prashant, last 1.5 years, consumption generally has been pretty slow. Combination of maybe a little bit of inflation, maybe a little bit of fatigue post the huge boom we saw in the consumption post COVID and so on and so forth. I think a little bit of liquidity squeeze also from NBFCs and banks in particular post the regulator directing them. So I think all this is getting sorted to some extent. On the fundamental side, we have had good monsoon season, good crops. I think crop prices are good. So the rural income should be pretty handsome or should see a pretty handsome growth. You had RBI, which infused 1.5 lakh crore only a few days back. So liquidity has been to some extent taken care of. And now we have this huge boost of 1 lakh crore flowing into the hands of Indian consumers. So I think at the margin, obviously, yes, there will be some move up as far as consumption is concerned. However, what is happening on the consumption stocks is a combination of a lot of things. One is they have never been cheap. They are not cheap. So there's a valuation headwind. Second, there are a slew of new products coming in, and particularly with this advent of digital economy and D2C brands and so on and so forth. To some extent, there's been a cannibalization, even in terms of existing players losing some market share. So I would say that at the margin, this is positive, but this is not something which would lead, an investor to double or triple the weightage as far as consumption is concerned. Maybe, a slight tweak, but for the economy, I would say it's a bigger boost because the economy needs consumption as well as capex to move back to that 6.5-7% nominal and real and 10% nominal growth rate. Rate cut, I'm not sure whether it's going to happen very soon, but the good thing is the path to fiscal prudence is maintained, and to that extent, the environment as far as interest rates in India is concerned is pretty, on the downside, which is refreshing compared to what is happening in the world.
Okay. Well, point taken on the consumption boost. And I also take Ratin Roy's point that, that also means that there is that much less in terms of welfare expenditure. You cannot take away from the fact that we have a very large number of people who are not earning even 6 lakhs, forget 12 lakhs a year. But Mr. Dinesh Khara, to come back to the fact that there is more money in the hands of those who would take retail loans, 12 lakh rupees is the minimum income tax limit now. Does this mean that banks can now have more of a retail loan, or do you see the capex baton being picked up at all by private sector, given what the budget has said?
No, I think there is a very clear focus when it comes to the infrastructure investment, and also they have brought in the PPP concept also. So I think part of the infrastructure also, they have also indicated that even state government are expected to join them in this PPP investment for the infrastructure. So I think infrastructure boost will certainly be seen. And when it comes to the retail borrowing, maybe, there are, of course, when it comes to the consumer unsecured borrowing, that is expected to remain expensive. But nevertheless, I think as far as home loan, etc. are concerned, there will be enough disposable income to support the EMI. I expect that even that sector will get a boost with this kind of a income tax relief which is seen. And also I would like to mention that, now the startup also, they have increased the guarantee scheme for startup as well. So I think to that extent, they are addressing all the very critical components which are required to be addressed for giving the required push to the economy.
All right, okay. Got that point, Mr. Khara. Just going back to Dinesh. Dinesh, earlier, I asked that question to Ashok as well. Let me take that to you now. Whether there is anything further that you've picked up in the annexures in the fine print. There are lots and lots of announcements on GIFT. One, we discussed, but like Ashok was saying, that there still needs to be clarity whether there is a domestic relocation from, anywhere in India to GIFT, whether that also gets a capital gains exemption. Anything else which could boost investments and flows?
Lots and lots of things. So far as GIFT City is concerned, income arising by way of ship leasing is specifically exempt now. ETFs have been brought under the ambit of what can be done in the GIFT City. One very welcome thing which one has seen this time is that most of the extensions are for a period of 5 years rather than 1 year, which we see at a time. So, for example, the income of a startup is exempt for a further period of 5 years, straight away. So up to 30, or whatever startups are there, 5 years exempt, which is again a very, very welcome thing. One very interesting change, and the finance minister did mention this in her speech, but I didn't pick it up at that point of time. There is this concept under Income Tax Act that if a foreign company has a significant economic presence in India, then it is liable to tax in India. This, of course, applies where there is no tax treaty. And the question is that if the significant economic presence is only for the limited purpose of export, would there be a tax liability? And that has been clarified, and that should provide a relief to several people, because that was something which was acting as a barrier to exports. So again, very, very welcome. So quite a few clarifications out there.
All right, Mr. Kanabar, we'll come back to you, sir. Let me bring in Amitabh Kant. He joins us now. Mr. Kant, always a pleasure. Many thanks for joining us here on CNBC TV 18. She saved the best for last. It is a budget that's delivered on the hope of boosting consumption, on delivering for the middle class, and that was the promise that the Prime Minister had made. On balance, Mr. Kant, your big read, your big takeaways from Budget 2025.
So, Shireen, first and foremost, I'd say that the main attempt has been to give a fillip to demand and put more money in the hands of the consumers. That should give it a big push. But it has been done in a fiscally responsible manner. She's also looked at the macroeconomic stability of the economy, because 4.8% fiscal deficit in the RE and aiming at about 4.4% for the coming year. Also, I think if you look at the budget, there's a huge focus on labor-intensive sectors. The first time I've seen so much of emphasis on tourism, on textile, on footwear. So labor-intensive sectors, there's been a focus, but I was particularly glad that the startup fund of funds has been replenished by another 10,000. This will have a huge multiplier impact, because there'll be a risk sharing with the venture capital funds. And also this putting another 20,000 crores for innovation, and saying that there'll be a separate fund for deep tech areas, which requires patient capital. So that should be a big push to the startup and the deep tech movement in India, which is job creating in many ways. And I would also say that two good things that have happened in the budget is that, I'm a great believer in free enterprise and private sector. The focus of taking asset monetization forward from 6 lakh crore between 21 to 24, now to 10 lakh crore. And that means asking government departments that put out your assets for monetization and private sector to come in and do better operation and maintenance. And secondly, to ask every ministry, prepare a pipeline for PPP projects for the next 3 years, because the government departments were getting very comfortable by owning and managing infrastructure, and that was causing great inefficiency in the economy. So putting all these out and bringing in greater thrust to PPP will be a very good thing. The total allocation for infrastructure on CapEx has been kept at about 11.2 lakh crores, which is a little higher than the previous time. But infrastructure, greater thrust on execution and implementation of infrastructure projects is very, very critical. I would have felt that there should have been a much greater even a greater emphasis on infrastructure, because infrastructure boost gives a long-term impact. And lastly, I feel that there is a clear realization in government that several departments and regulatory bodies have caused a regulatory cholesterol, and they need to scrap rules, regulation, procedures, and acts all over. A huge amount of scrapping of laws, etc., needs to take place. And rightly, the finance minister has talked about laying a huge emphasis on ease of doing business and creating a committee which will come out within 1 year, a report. I think it should be much quicker, much faster, because at the state level, a whole range of deregulation is necessary and is required. And this, to my mind, is very critical. And I also feel that this emphasis on clean tech mission is very important, because today, if you look at it, solar, we are importing 80%, EVs, batteries, we are importing about 75 to 80%. All these things require an approach of Make in India in a very big way. And so overall, I rate the budget as giving a major push to demand creation in the Indian economy, and a very macroeconomic stability is really the focus despite this big giveaway of 1 lakh crore.
Yes, it is a big giveaway in terms of the revenue foregone for what the finance minister has delivered as far as direct taxes are concerned. But Mr. Kant, this regulatory cholesterol that you spoke of, and of course, a lot of what was announced in the budget will be work in progress. As you pointed out, a committee will now look at these areas of deregulation and so on and so forth, and come back within a year's time. But on the infrastructure side, because you said that you would have hoped for the government to do more. At 11.21 lakh crore rupees, the capex, do you believe that is enough? Do you believe more should have been done?
Yeah, but the intention, again, Shireen, is that you have better quality of infrastructure creation with 11.2 lakh crores, but you also push out a lot of government assets for private sector management through the asset monetization pipeline, which has done well. They were able to achieve the 6 lakh crore and now to target for 10 lakh crore. And also say that we are going to have more and more of PPP, because in the last 7-8 years, there's been a slowdown on the public partnership projects, and that requires you to do a lot of homework in terms of land, your ability to get all clearance and then put them out for bidding. So you need, every ministry has been asked to do this in the next 3 years. That, to my mind, is very important. It's a clear message that the government believes in private sector, and it believes in private sector management of infrastructure creation. That's important. I really feel that the next bid round is the fiscal bid has been done, and the next bid is to allow, in the monetary policy, to allow greater credit to flow, because I'm a great believer that the private credit to GDP ratio in India is still low, at about 50%. That needs to increase, and the RBI needs to pick up the baton and allow greater credit to flow to India's budget.
Right. Okay. Shireen, I just want to quickly make a mention on what's happening to insurance names, and they're all up on your screen right now. HDFC Life is down. These are big moves. 6.5%, 6% on HDFC Life. Max Financial is down 4%. ICICI Pru is now down 7%. And you can look at something like a SBI Life, which is down about 6.5%. It's not something which has been done for insurance, or, there's no negative per se for insurance as a space. It's not directed at insurance. It's just that the new tax regime has been incentivized heavily in a big way, and this will make, the no tax up to 12 lakhs will make a lot of people think to move. The thing is, under the old tax regime, under the sort of 80C benefits, etc., insurance gets a fair bit of relief, tax reductions, and if people move from the old to the new, I think that essentially is the reason why these insurance companies are selling off. I saw estimates ranging from about 5 to 7% of individual new business premiums on account of this 80C benefit. So it's not that large also, but at the margin, it's certainly negative. I think Yash is with us for a quick take. Yash, over to you.
Well, Prashant, I want to explain two things. One is, of course, the obvious question that if the government is going ahead and increasing FDI to 100%, why are life insurance companies or insurance stocks reacting negatively? Let me clarify that first. FDI going to 100% has no impact on the listed companies, because what comes in the way there is the minimum public shareholding norms, where the promoter can only have 25%, 75% have to be in public. So, of course, FDI of 100% does not matter at all as far as the listed life insurance companies are concerned. So, there is no positive coming out of there for the listed life insurance stocks. Then why are they down today? That's exactly what you were also alluding to. Government's move to sweeten the new tax regime. Now, of course, as per the new tax regime, if an individual plans to take exemptions, which the government plans to introduce under the new tax regime, then there won't be any tax payable up to 12.75 lakh. Now, what that creates the fear is that more and more people, if the new tax regime becomes beneficial to them, will look to move towards new tax regime. And what that does is that it defeats the purpose of buying life insurance or health insurance for the intention of saving taxes under ATC as well as under ATD. You spoke about the estimates, about 5 to 7% of the life insurance premium still comes for the intention of tax saving under ATC, and that is the impact which might get impacted for life insurance companies as well as on the ATD side for health insurance companies if people indeed find the new tax regime more beneficial, more attractive, and start moving there. And that's exactly the fear which is rattling the life insurance stocks particularly today.
Yash, I just want to make one, you said FDI is not negative. Wanted people, biggies come in with 100%, won't that raise competition?
So, Prashant, it is positive for the sector because, of course, a lot of foreign capital, a lot of capacity with that would come. When
I'm saying if you're already an incumbent large player, it raises competition, right, at the end of the day?
Correct. It will increase competition, but, I mean, with a penetration of 3%, insurance density of just $92, much lower than developed economies. I mean, it's a large pie for all players to go there and acquire. So, that's not a very big concern.
Point taken. So, they're not falling because of competition. They're falling because the tax stop
the stock move is basically this thing.
Because the tax stop may not work anymore in their favor.
My only point is that FDI thing is also not positive. I mean, if you're from a competition perspective, at the margin, 3% penetration, but the point is it's a small pie expected to go up, but right now it's 3%. So,
Absolutely. But in which there will be foreign competition. But actually, the nature of the stocks that are in the red today clearly indicate those dependent on public spending are the ones that are falling.
Absolutely.
So if you look at the names, RVNL, IRCON, BEL, I mean defense budget cut down, JSW Energy, IRFC, all these are,
everything infra, defense, oil and gas, PSU, CPSE, everything is coming off. Energy, so that's the fact.
That big capex push has not come through, and some of these stocks, by the way, had recovered from the recent bruising fall. They'd all started rallying in the run-up to the budget. So positioning was for a much bigger capex announcement, which
maybe that the market is overestimating or overreacting to this. Because if you look at the revised budget, actually capex has gone up by 10%. Because they brought it down from 11.11.
From RE to B, it's gone up. From B to B, it's flat.
So if you look at it from RE to RE, the expansion last year also was only 10%. And this year also is 10%.
Which is what the economists have been saying, that in line with the nominal GDP growth, but perhaps the market was expecting for a bigger number.
And Nimish is pointing out that Dixon is down 6-7%. It is indeed down. It was down 10%. It's down 7.5%. We had the Dixon management with us earlier in the morning, and we were talking to him about the PLI. There is, of course, electronics component PLI. Which is a new thing, 25,000 crore allocation, which was expected. Maybe it'll come outside of the budget. We don't know. But he was also saying that the earlier PLI, which finishes in FY26, maybe there is the mobile PLI, basically, of which Dixon is a beneficiary. Maybe there's some extension, etc. Which I don't think that was really an expectation built into the price. It was something. I think we asked him, so he said, "Well, we need it." But it's a big reaction, and there are many listed other players as well. We should just sort of run through those names: Keynes and Amber and so many others, right? I mean, Sirma, PG Electroplast, and we'll put all those names up for our viewers.
They're mostly down. Sirma is down about 2%. Keynes is down 0.5%. Not too much, but the price damage on Dixon is the highest at this point in time. Perhaps the stock market also didn't pay too much attention to what the CEA was saying. And then, our team was flashing this even yesterday, the commentary that came through. The indication this time actually was there in the economic survey. The government saying that the onus is now really on the private sector to fire up the animal spirits. But even having said that, I think that 10% increase in capex is still what the economists were saying. Maybe the market wanted more. I think Shireen's coming in.
Surabhi, this is exactly what I've been pointing out, and I think Anant Nageshwaran made it very, very clear that to continue to expect the government to do 20%, 25% is an unrealistic ask, especially when you're also asking the government then to provide for tax relief. I mean, revenue foregone of 1 lakh crore rupees on account of direct taxes. Where is the government going to make up all of that is a separate question altogether. But to expect that it will be the historical, what we've seen in the last few years, a 30% kind of increase as far as capex is concerned. Even last year, the finance secretary and had said, look, we have kind of reached a peak. We have reached a limit as far as how much we can do as far as government capex is concerned. So the message has been sent out, not just in the economic survey yesterday, but was sent out in the previous budget itself by the budget makers who were here with us on the channel explaining how they were looking at this. But Mr. Chakrabarti, you wanted to make a quick point as well.
Yeah,
You're looking at the numbers.
Related to defense. It is RE number is roughly 4.56 and B number is 4.91. It's actually effectively an increase.
It's an increase. That's right. So that's a correction. There is an increase if you look at the RE number. So that's an increase as far as defense is concerned. I'm curious as to why we have Dixon, etc., selling off at this point in time, because as I was pointing out again in the morning, we have Ashwini Vaishnav on record saying that the PLI component scheme is being worked on, and there was no guarantee that it would be part of the budget, but it's certainly something that consultations are taking place, so it can come post the budget, so the window is not shut, is the point that I'm trying to make. But is there something else? There was a whole host of issues related to customs duty rejig. I don't know whether that has anything to do with it or not, but perhaps it would be best to check with those companies directly. But that's the story as far as the markets are concerned. A quick final take before I let the two budget editors say goodbye. Ratin, we'll of course see you back in the evening as you digest more of the fine print, but on balance, your final headline.
The best thing that's happened here, and I'm not a Bihari, so I suppose the best thing that has happened here is for every Bihari in this country. And there's an election coming, so I understand. But I think is the promise to rationalize the tax code. What I'm very worried about, I'll come back with the exact numbers in the evening, is that the taxation system of India now is far more regressive than it was yesterday. The proportion of corporate taxes haven't gone up much. Income taxes now kick in at 6 times the per capita income, and the revenue foregone from indirect taxes is almost zero next year, whereas the revenue foregone from direct taxes is 1 lakh crores, which essentially means that the Bombay Gymkhana has gained at the expense of the Aam Aadmi. And this is regrettable. I think I completely would like to endorse your point about capital expenditure. The government, to its credit, has very clearly said repeatedly that the heavy lifting on this front will ultimately have to be done by the private sector. And that has not yet been forthcoming, but there's only so much the government can do to raise capex. I'm not so puzzled by the markets not responding warmly to this budget. Because again, if it's only the Bombay Gymkhana whose net disposable income is going to go up, that sector is already maxed out. We don't see new sources of demand coming here that would give a permanent boost to the growth rate of the next 150, 200 million who don't pay taxes. And therefore, probably the markets quite correctly have reacted with caution, unlike us consumers who are very excited about the next thing we'll buy or the next holiday we'll take with that 1 lakh crores. In terms of fiscal prudence, I think this budget has done a very skillful job. 1 lakh crores is not a large amount in budget making terms, as also given a test to. However, it is the optics of doing that in personal income tax is absolutely massive, and that's a core support base of this government, and therefore this has definitely benefited them without too much cost to the exchequer. The government has stayed its course on fiscal consolidation, which is good. Let's see what's happened to expenditure, but that I'll tell you in the evening.
Okay, we'll hear back from you more on the expenditure side. Mr. Chakrabarti, a final take before I let you go.
One of the things which, since it came initially, on the agriculture side, a very comprehensive scheme has come.
Yes.
Normally, they are all divided up. Something for irrigation, something for fertilizer, something for. It's a comprehensive scheme which has come up. I didn't get the name correctly, but it covers 100 districts and covers irrigation, markets, technology, everything. Though what one misses out on agriculture is it's supply side heavy. It also covers warehouses, rural warehouses.
Correct.
I really welcome it. However, on agriculture, we are still supply side heavy. It has to be, the market part. Perhaps it's still a work in progress. Everything cannot happen on the budget.
I have the name of the scheme, the Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana.
Dhan Dhanya Krishi
Yojana in partnership with Skates, which will cover 100 districts. And the Finance Minister saying 1.7 crore farmers will be benefited on account of that. So you're saying...
It's an excellent scheme. The other part is, second one is the part 2 of Swami. It was launched almost
The housing
4.5 years back for the stalled housing.
Yeah.
If you recollect, all of us see a lot of shells of housing lying.
He's being modest, he designed it.
And there 15,000 crore additional has been provided. Of course, I wish this would of course come as a mix from both government as well as private sector. I hope 90% of it comes from private sector. Let's hope, because it depends upon how the rules and everything work out in this. It's a very well worked out scheme, has been successful. And it's only the risk weights that RBI is going to attach to the assets which would be standard. That will decide.
Right.
Third is on the regulation part. FSDC has been given the role on the financial regulations.
Yes.
Which means adding a lot of muscle in the finance ministry to the financial market division and other division to see that they can, because they're all very powerful regulators.
Yes.
To bring them, even though FM heads it, but somebody has to really act it hard. So a lot of lots of muscle has to be added there.
Lots of muscle.
To ensure that a direction gets taken, otherwise we'll miss woods for trees. And lastly, I'm very glad with the consolidation part, which is something I guess should, over a period of time, don't look at the market.
Yes, absolutely. Well, yes, consolidation, I think everyone concurs. That's positive. And two schemes that you specifically pointed out, the scheme for stalled housing, which gets an additional allocation, good move there. And of course, on the agriculture side, a more holistic approach with that Dhan Dhanya scheme. But Prashant, back to you. More information on what's happened to Dixon?
No, Shireen, as I was talking, I spoke with the Dixon management, and what they said is that if anything, actually what has come through is positive for their business. So, as the finance minister said, the basic customs duty on open cells has been reduced. They are setting up a display manufacturing capacity. We speak with them every quarter, and that's been something which the market is looking forward to. So, actually, it helps them. And they also said, the Dixon management has said that even for mobile parts, there are some reductions which have happened. And that is also actually positive. So, unaware where the stock was seeing a bit of a swoon, but you just see what's happening now. It's about 1,200 rupees recovery from the lows of the day on Dixon already. So it's actually almost flat now on Dixon. So I think, initial kind of knee-jerk reactions starting to get reversed. Even actually for insurance companies, you look at the price reaction, right? HDFC Life was down 7%. It's down 2.5%. Because, the dependence on the old regime is about 5 to 7% of individual new business new premium.
Prashant,
so a lot of it, there is excessive move, and then it kind of gets moderated.
I think what we have to keep in mind is today there isn't much volume. And perhaps that's why you're having these rather eccentric or volatile moves, because the volume perhaps is not like on a normal day. Remember, it is a Saturday, and foreign funds are not in the game. Well, actually, I want to look at it this way. Mr. Khara, you just correct me if I'm wrong. What could have gone to capex 1 trillion less because the increase is only 10%, and that 1 trillion actually has gone into the pockets of the taxpayer, right? Especially the small taxpayer, up to 12 lakh. Which means more people can spend, more people can take loans, retail loans, for instance. So, and normally the Reserve Bank's thinking is when fiscal deficit is kept under check, they are more courageous to cut rates, because you don't want fiscal looseness and monetary looseness together. If the fisc is tight, normally the central bank cuts rates. This is their normal thinking. So do you think that this is a boost for retail loans?
So I think, it is certainly a boost to the retail loans, because when it comes to the ability to repay, they have got a better ability to repay. So that is a positive. But, when it comes to decisions relating to the policy rate cut, etc., they have got multiple other factors which they have to evaluate. And perhaps herein, even if the policy rate comes down, whether the interest rate structure will allow the reduction will be a function of the liquidity. If at all, unless and until liquidity improves, I think my apprehension is that the ability of the banks to cut the interest rate would be little constrained.
Fair point. Well, I agree with you. Liquidity also is something which the Reserve Bank has been giving. So hopefully going forward, we will see more such steps from them. Mr. Khara, thank you very much for being with us on such an important day. Sunita Reddy, the Managing Director at Apollo Hospitals, is also with us. Sunita, thank you very much for your time. Your first thoughts? There was a mention that medical tourism will be promoted. What have you made of the budget?
I think it's a fantastic budget because what is good for every Indian is good for healthcare. And the first part of it, of course, lowering of personal taxation is something that is going to put more disposable income in the hands of many more Indians. And moving on, this will give them access to health insurance products. The 100% FDI in insurance, while it might not show on the stock market, I see it as a very positive move because bringing in more liquidity will give insurance companies the ability to have higher risk pools and therefore create products that the middle class can access. We have seen private insurance and insurance products grow by 25% in the last 3 years. This is the best way to access corporate healthcare. So certainly a positive move. The second is the focus on oncology and cancer. The incidence of cancer is growing at far more than 7%, which is reported because it is not detected early. And with this focus, the dual focus, the first on creating daycare centers, they've mentioned 200 chemotherapy centers, which will cover all of the districts in the next 3 years. I think it's a great move. What needs to be done is to create a hub and spoke model and use AI and connectivity to make sure that we cover large populations. It would have been fantastic if we could have done this even on equipment that's needed for radiation. Currently, we pay between 28 to 36%. So a customs duty, a reduction on oncology treatment equipment would have been, very comprehensive for treatment of cancer patients. The third aspect is clearly the Heal in India, which you mentioned. And Heal in India, Heal for India, all of this is good. It's a $100 billion opportunity. And I believe that we have the capabilities in place. If you combine this with the skilling and the addition of 10,000 more medical seats, moving to 70,000, I think we can set up a very strong healthcare system that not only heals India, but heals for the rest of the world. And by doing so, like I said, it's a $100 billion opportunity. I think we will earn a foreign exchange, we will provide more jobs, and we will create a healthier India. So to me, the budget was definitely a step in the right direction.
Well, absolutely. And now there was a mention of that in the speech as well, that promoting and enhancing medical tourism is also one of the focus areas for the government. By the way, look at the intraday charts of insurance stocks all over again. It's all happening right here because of a very sharp reversal playing out now on stocks like SBI Life, HDFC Life. Many of them have bounced back very significantly from the lows. Big uptick coming through as the market settles down and digests this. By the way, folks, I was doing rough back of the envelope calculations, trying to figure out how much do you save in this, new era of the new slab. So very rough. I mean, for someone who is earning 15 lakh rupees, my rough calculations show that in the earlier, this is the new concessional tax regime, but with the old tax slabs, that person would have had to pay 1,40,000 rupees in tax. Now the liability is coming down to about 1,05,000. So roughly speaking, 35,000 rupees of savings for someone who's earning 15 lakhs. Again, I'm not taking surcharge and cess, too many things going on at the same time. But roughly speaking, that's the saving that we're talking about.
No, the finance minister herself gave us those calculations. Those people earning 12 lakhs will save 80,000.
Yeah.
Those earning 18 lakhs will save 70,000. Yeah. And those earning 25 lakh will save 1,10,000.
Exactly, because for those who are earning 12 lakhs, the rebate itself is coming in. Yes. So it becomes nil. I mean, the rebate, which used to be only 7 lakhs, has now gone up to 12 lakh rupees with these new tax slabs. But anyway, it's anyone's guess. Now, where will this money be spent? Will it go in SIPs? Will it go to, buy new clothes? Stocks like Trent are surging about 7%. Will it go for travel and tourism and holiday? Or will it go in buying maybe better health covers? Because the market is worried on health insurance. And they're not being covered, with more people perhaps moving to the new regime. But there is generally higher disposable income. So could that benefit? Anyway, let me take that question to Nilesh Shah, who's joining in as well. Nilesh, the markets become so polarized today. All things economy are selling off and all things consumer are moving higher. But as the dust settles on the day and the budget documents, how do you think we are poised and, what next for a market that's been, hurting for several months now?
So while it is fashionable to say that market has been hurting for last 2 months,
last 5-year return of market is 20% plus. So if you have given so much of profit, obviously there will be a consolidation or correction. This budget has clearly shifted focus from pure investment to also boost for urban consumption. And now that roti kapda makan is secured for most of the people, focus will be shifting to education, travel, entertainment, consumer durables and stuff like that. And that adjustment is happening in the market. More importantly, from a valuation point of view, capital good companies were pricing in price to vision ratio. So there is some amount of deceleration there. Consumer stocks, they normally trade at a higher valuation, but compared to their historically higher valuation, they were at a discount. So there is some amount of investor pulling over there. So we are seeing a distinct shift from infrastructure investments to consumption, both in the budget and hence in the market.
By the way, the market itself, it's not just life insurance stocks, the market itself is pulling back from the lows. Should keep that in mind. The Nifty's cut is around 60 to 67 odd points. That's the recovery that I'm talking about. Apart from life insurance, you've got stocks like Bajaj Finance moving higher. Of course, auto stocks are up. Aisha, for instance, is gaining more ground. And the Bank Nifty is also trying to reduce its losses.
You're right. Bank Nifty and mid-cap index were down about 1.5% at one point in time. Now down almost like 0.5%. So it's a fairly decent recovery that we've seen. Zia Modi, you've been with us for quite a bit. Thank you very much. But any last thoughts that you've heard, everyone? IFSC investments, anything from an investment point of view that you want to leave us with?
I think one will have to look at how the promotion of GIFT City takes place, Lata. I think there will be a lot of movement there. I think one thing that I focused on was the concentration that the FM gave to the MSMEs, given that, they apparently constitute 36% of our manufacturing and 45% of our exports. And that led me to think about what is the boost she has given to the skilling sector? Because we have Indians, but we need to have employable Indians. And I think there also the government has tried to do what it can in skilling. And in addition, I don't think anyone has mentioned the AI part of it, where the government has basically said that they're going to set aside a large amount to train people in AI for the Excellence Center. And I think that is one where both the country, the startups, and the foreign investment should converge well. And it's a new area for us. I think all in all, stable budget, no surprises from a foreign direct investment point of view. Some over-regulation by some regulators, which make it more difficult for FDIs and FPIs. But I'm assuming that will get sorted out at the back end. All in all, I thought it was fine.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, for those wrapping up thoughts, Zia. And actually, under the FSDC also, they have, they are looking at an inter-regulatory committee, which perhaps will take out these extra compliance. Prashant, you wanted to say something? Go ahead, please. Yeah, Prashant, I think you're on mute.
Sorry, before Zia Modi goes, and unfortunately Kanabar is no longer there, but Nilesh Bhai is there. So a lot of things have been said about GIFT City and the positives. Yeah. In fact, I would say, despite my overall very positive view on the budget, and in fact, I believe it's the best budget in a long time, it did nothing to address the core problem of GIFT City, which is that under Section 9A of the Income Tax Act, which Nilesh Bhai is very familiar with now, fund managers like me or my peers who are seated in Singapore or Hong Kong or London, who are managing FII funds, are effectively prevented from relocating to India, to GIFT City. So you can relocate a few funds and make it like a mini Mauritius. But unless the fund managers are allowed to relocate, GIFT City can't be made into the kind of city that our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji has dreamt it to be. Just to complete the thought, metaphorically speaking, to grow a tree, it is not sufficient to have good soil, water and sunlight. Most crucially, you need the seed. And the fund managers and investment teams, their investment managers are the crucial seeds to to grow those trees, metaphorically speaking. So I must add that all this excitement around Gift City results into nothing but zero unless that issue is addressed.
You know, I'm glad you raised that, Prashant, and I want to go to Ashok on this because we were debating and discussing this earlier as well. What clarifications come and have it on the relocation part. That and one more thing, Ashok, I remember this was a very big ask earlier. Basically, some of the non-bank units that are operating in GIFT, they wanted to get parity with the bank branches, the bank units in GIFT, in terms of issuing instruments like ODIs to overseas investors. That was a big ask. I don't know, I've not seen it in the fine print so far. But your thoughts on some of the issues that Prashant has also raised?
No, you're right. I mean, I have now seen the detailed fine print on IFSC, and the amendment required for Prashant to relocate to India is still missing. I mean, it goes back, his and my discussion goes back to many, many years when we first made this request to the government. But sorry, Prashant, there has not been an amendment, and the rules still remain rather rigid, which effectively means that existing funds operating out of Singapore, most of them are now from Singapore, not so much from Mauritius, are finding it difficult to relocate their fund managers. You can relocate the fund, but if you can't relocate the fund manager, then who's going to manage the fund? And I think sooner or later that change has to happen. Having said that, there is an interesting change that they have made in the Gift City rules, which is what they've said is, if there are two related companies and you have a treasury company located in the Gift City, historically, when there is a transfer of money from one related company to another related company by way of a loan, it's deemed to be dividend in the hands of the receiving company. What they have now clarified is that if the giving company is based out of Gift City, then any loan given by that company to a related company not based in Gift City is not subject to deemed dividend tax. So that's a very positive step forward in terms of enabling large corporates to set up their treasury business, certainly in Gift City, both domestic as well as global companies, without causing a deemed dividend tax. But to the point that was made by Prashant, we probably have to wait one more year.
And what about ODIs, Ashok? What about ODIs? Because some of Nilesh Bhai's peers, for instance, I mean, Kotak has a unit. Many other Indian entities have set up non-bank units in GIFT, and they all want to be able to do the business on ODIs as well, which I think the tax benefits are restricted to the bank branches right now. Did you see anything there?
No, unfortunately, nothing there either.
Okay.
No change in law. But just two other points that I'd like to make is coming back to MSMEs and Zia's point that there is a lot of focus on the middle class. I think we are missing the point on the number of new opportunities in terms of increasing the limit for both micro enterprises as well as small enterprises. You know, I think a lot of microfinance companies and unsecured lending, stroke even secured lending businesses with small ticket loans have gone through an immense amount of stress in the last 6 months. You can see the delinquencies, you can see the challenges in collection, and therefore you can see that several companies are either reeling under pressure if they're listed, or many that had filed for DRHP are not getting listed because of the environment. Increase of limits over there and providing insurance on a larger base, I think, is a very positive step. Government is giving an assurance to more and more lenders to say, you can continue the business. And we know that there is some pressure at the lowest end of the economy, but we will cover you with insurance by increasing these limits. So that's a very positive step.
Got it.
On insurance itself, on the FDI side, I think there is a very positive movement. I mean, we have 22 odd companies that
Mr.
are...
Badva, sorry. I just wanted to, a point taken. I just wanted to clarify something. And I don't know if you've seen this. This is the point about bringing clarity in income on redemption of unit-linked insurance policy. And the wording is, it is proposed to clarify that the profit and gains from the redemption of unit-linked insurance policies to which exemption under Section 10D does not apply shall be charged to tax as capital gain. Is this, the way it is worded, does it look like it perhaps is retrospective? I mean, just your sense. Redemption from here on, basically.
Yeah, so effectively, if the redemption happens from today, it does not matter when you invested. Therefore, if you invested historically, but you redeem today, the language seems to suggest that it would be, I haven't read that still in the document. So my apologies that I can't provide you greater clarification, but if that's what it reads, then it means in some sense it's retroactive in nature, because past investments, if redeemed from today onwards or whenever the effective date is, shall become subject to tax.
So this is like what they did to debt funds last year. I mean, grandfathering was removed. Something similar?
Something similar.
Okay. I mean, that is... Zia, you want to comment quickly on this? Any thoughts? Okay. Okay, I think you're on mute, but I think you're saying you're not seen it.
I've not seen it.
I've not seen it. Okay, all right. We'll have to, I think, clarify with our with Sapna, our reporter in Delhi, whether this is what they mean.
I'll have to run to the money control interview that I have right now.
Prashant, carry on. Let me just actually toss it across to Shireen now, who's at the CIA budget headquarters with the panel of guests there. Shireen, over to you.
Well, thanks very much, guys. Consumption is the theme that's playing out, and we're seeing a recovery even as far as the markets are concerned. The Sensex moving back into positive territory, but the man with the biggest smile, Sanjeev Puri, the president of the CII, as well as the chairman of ITC here with us. Sanjeev, many, many thanks for coming back into our CNBC TV 18 budget headquarters. Consumption, that middle class boost that was being asked of, the finance minister perhaps doing more than even what industry was expecting. What do you make of it?
Absolutely. I think the relief to the middle class is very welcome, and it's going to certainly provide impetus to consumption, and therefore, contributing to the virtuous cycle of investment and employment. And this was much needed at this point of time. Of course, we do expect interest rates also to come off in February to reduce, and that should provide some further impetus. But the larger point of this also would be that this is the immediate relief. But a lot of sectors that have been touched upon in the economy are areas that which are very labor intensive.
Right.
And the economic activity increasing in those areas will have larger impact on employment generation.
Footwear, toys, tourism, all being identified as sectors.
Even agriculture.
Yeah.
It has enough people, but
healthcare.
Income can improve. Income can improve. So all this itself actually feeds into the virtuous cycle of, therefore, consumption and investments. So there are measures for the immediate and measures that will also unfold over a period of time. So from that perspective, I think is a very, very, very positive.
But, in terms of growth and in terms of providing that consumption boost, I mean, realistically, what are we talking about, given what the finance minister's already announced in the budget? As you pointed out in the morning, rural had picked up, urban was still suffering. Do you believe that this could alleviate the pain?
You see, it will certainly provide some impetus, and there are multiple things that come together. Right? For example, social security for gig workers. That will provide relief on medical expenses.
Yeah.
So a lot of pieces like that are there in the budget, and as I said, as employment comes in employment intensive sectors, that further provides boost. So we'll have to look at the full picture. This is one element of it.
One element of it. Rajiv Memani, let's look at that particular element as far as the tax cuts are concerned. Revenue foregone of 1 lakh crore rupees on the direct taxes side, 2,600 crores on the indirect tax side. But the signal that the government has sent out clearly saying that, look, we want to come in and provide a shoulder to the middle class. The big takeaway, we've of course got two big elections, Delhi right around the corner and Bihar. And, that's the message the government's sending out.
Yeah, I think, I think we've had pre-budget discussions. Everyone was expecting relief for the lower and middle income. But this extent of relief, I don't recollect, has been given 1 lakh crore in personal tax, which is almost, about 7 to 8% of the total personal tax collection that the government has. So I think it's a very significant relief. And overall, if you look at the overall theme from a tax standpoint, I think a lot of it is based on just simplification.
Right.
From the new income tax, 50% of the provisions coming down in the new income tax bill, that will be tabled next week. All the other things that they have also done, whether it's on TDS, TCS, all the other areas that have been laid out, a lot of that is on simplification. Also in continuity, no significant changes anywhere except addressing some, minor tweaks here and there. Unless something is there in the fine print, then we don't know. But this government generally, whatever is on the table. IFSC always gets, they're trying to encourage and project IFSC more. That's there. And overall, the emphasis, whether you look at the economic survey or you look at the budget, this ease of doing business. And I think it is so important to unleash the spirits and to ensure that India achieves its full potential. I think that, setting up the committee, coming out with in the next 1 year, setting up some competitiveness among states, clearly recognizing that a lot of these things have to happen in states. I think that's a big change. And the pillars that they have identified, and focusing, some of which Sanjeev mentioned, focusing on those 4 or 5 pillars that are so critical for growth in the next 10, 15, 20 years, including nuclear power and making changes in the act. I think that was quite good to hear.
Yeah, a target of 100 gigawatts as far as nuclear power is concerned. Remember, the IEA has said that 2025 is likely to be a breakout year when we talk about nuclear energy. So India getting into the ring as far as small modules are concerned. But Chandrajit Banerjee, what the finance minister has delivered on the consumption side, perhaps some disappointment on the capex side. Clearly not on the lines of what industry was expecting or even hoping for, but it's in line with what the government has been saying. So on balance, the balance has been done and the balance has delivered?
Absolutely. Of course, we talked about a 25% more. I mean, there's no restriction to asks, but
no, clearly there isn't. Clearly there isn't.
But yes, this was expected, and one had thought about that. But if you really look at the type of spend that one sees on the capex, which is still, I mean, quite reasonable in terms of if you compare it, what goes into rural infrastructure, even this about the states that 50-year interest-free, So all of that actually would help in crowding even the private sector, which has been called a laggard, so to say, for some time. And I see that coming in because we see a focus on a lot through that will come through the consumption demand. So all in all, not really any disappointment with the capex which the government has done, because it has done more than to offset through the consumption demand.
Done more than what was expected, certainly on the consumption side. Sunil Mujal, thanks very much for joining us. On balance, the big headlines, the big takeaways, what does the budget do to accelerate growth?
So actually the whole exercise, I think, was a balancing act between maintaining fiscal discipline, which the finance minister has put on herself over the last many years, at the same time figuring out a way to bring growth back in. So I think it's been done in multiple different ways. One is the building blocks, is on education, skilling, research, innovation, tech focus, that's very good. Second is picking specific sectors for high growth potential, clean energy, deep tech, so the seeds, that's a massive area actually. What they've done in agriculture is a wide coverage. What I like is also focusing on some of the fundamentals, things like nutrition, things like the elderly, things like the farmer, small industry, export capability. So it's actually, I'm actually broadening the answer to your question, because I don't think it's only about that. It's not only about, growth is not something you can flick a switch and get tomorrow. But the tools have been put in place, and the point you were making just now about the higher liquidity in individuals and families' hands will either go towards savings or investments or consumption, and all three will do good. Even if you say it's about 1/3 each, roughly. So you're talking about 30,000 crores coming into consumption this year. So some of it will need to go because personal and family balance sheets were getting a bit upset because there was over leverage taking place on individuals. I think some of that will go to offset that, as companies and banks have done over the last 7 or 8 years. So I think we will come out better, healthier, cleaner. I do hope, unlike what CB is saying, I was hoping that the infra spend would have been higher, because this consumption takes a little bit of while for the virtuous cycle to kick in. Consumption can start, but consumption leading into production, leading into additional capacity, leading to jobs is a bit of a time lag. So that's one miss from my side. But I guess to be able to maintain the 4.8 instead of 4.9 at the FISC was a pretty magical number.
Oh, and it certainly was a surprise that came in there after having delivered on the kind of cuts that they delivered on. But Sanjeev Puri, let's talk about those untapped sectors where the government hopes to unlock potential. Tourism, this identifying 50 cities, PPP with states, PPP with industry as well. I'm not sure what the details are, but also including hotels as part of the infrastructure harmonization scheme that they're talking about. What did you make of that? And, a lot of actually the schemes that were talked about are work in progress. The actual operationalization still has to be detailed. So what do you take away from many of the announcements that came in?
See, first of all, many of the specific interventions that are there, you alluded to some in tourism. Then there are others, for example, in exports. I think the integrated approach, cross-ministerial approach, I think is absolutely the one that is required, because in the morning also we spoke about some of the issues that have to be dealt with, which requires a cross-ministerial approach. And something CI has also been talking about, having an integrated approach. Looking at setting up this committee on ease of doing business.
Right.
And taking an integrated and focused approach on agriculture, 100 districts, all-round development.
Yeah.
Taking an integrated approach on rural, the non-farm development. Really sending some development and resilience hubs for rural areas. So these are very fine ideas, very good ideas, and certainly will unlock the potential in many areas. Creating a framework for GCCs. GCCs are already doing well in India.
And massive job creators.
Massive job creation, and the world has demographic challenge. So it's a great opportunity for India, and to provide impetus to it, to make some, today it's happening on its own. Without really any impetus or for specific interventions. So right now, to create a facilitative framework for this, I think it's going to provide further impetus to it. Then the whole idea about the strong point of reforms and collaborating with states. I think this will provide a lot of impetus, because a lot of reforms now need to be done at the state level. Right? So a lot of the right things are there. And I think what I'm very happy to note also is that there is a lot of clarity on the mechanisms that will be used to do it. It is not just a statement without an institutional mechanism.
Sure. Rajiv Memani, the big headline for you as I say goodbye, at least as part of this session, but the big headline that you take away from what the Finance Minister has delivered.
I would say identifying the critical growth drivers for Viksit Bharat, ensuring that there is, as he rightly said, that there is a focused approach, interministerial approach for that, including ensuring that there is good state-to-state collaboration, and identifying all the levers, even AI, deep tech, global value chains. So at least the thought process of growth, the growth levers are very clear, and how you take that through. Now the main thing is, how these committees come, how the execution happens, and what changes on the ground.
It comes down to execution. CB.
So adding to what Rajiv said, I would think the national manufacturing mission. That's going to be very critical, because that's going to really cut across. And secondly, the element of trust, the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0, that again is a very, very big takeaway for me.
Okay, Mr. Munjal, final word.
So the setting up of a group to review all rules, regulations de novo, I think is one of the most critical things which has not got enough airtime from many of you. Because for a long time, we've all been cribbing about excessive red tape. We've tinkered with the laws and rules for 50 plus years. We've scrapped many, we've decriminalized many, but it's not enough, because they were designed over 100 years ago. I think this is a fantastic move, other than making things easier for industry, accelerating M&A, and there's a whole bunch of things on that front, which I think are quite welcome.
Well, we'll have to wait at least a year for that committee to deliver its verdict on what will be axed, what will need to go, but a clear message being sent out by the budget. Mr. Munjal, CB, Rajiv Memani, Sanjeev Puri, appreciate you joining us here on the CNBC TV 18 budget headquarters as we digest what the budget will do in terms of growth and how it will propel the needle of the economy. We are going to take a break. We haven't taken one in a very long time. We're back in a moment with more. We leave you with where the markets are and come back for closing. Stay with us.
2026. This budget continues our government's efforts to A. Accelerate growth, B. Secure inclusive development, C. Invigorate private sector investments, D. Uplift household sentiments, and E. Enhance spending power of India's rising middle class. Together, we embark on a journey to unlock our nation's tremendous potential for greater prosperity and global positioning under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. As we complete the first quarter of the 21st century, continuing geopolitical headwinds suggest lower global economic growth over the medium term. However, our aspiration for a Vikasit Bharat inspires us, and the transformative work we have done during our government's first 2 terms guides us to march forward resolutely. Our economy is the fastest growing among all major economies. Our development track record for the past 10 years and structural reforms have drawn global attention. Confidence in India's capability and potential has only grown in this period. We see the next 5 years as a unique opportunity to realize Sabka Vikas, stimulating balanced growth of all regions. The great Telugu poet and playwright Gurujada Apparao had said, "Deshamante matti kadoy, deshamante manushuloy," meaning a country is not just its soil, a country is its people. In line with this, for us, Vikasit Bharat encompasses zero poverty, 100% quality good school education, access to high quality, affordable and comprehensive health care, 100% skilled labor with meaningful employment, 70% women in economic activities, and farmers making our country the food basket of the world. In this budget, the proposed development measures span 10 broad areas, focusing on Garib, youth, Annadata, and Nari, spurring agricultural growth and productivity, building rural prosperity and resilience, taking everyone together on an inclusive growth path, boosting manufacturing and furthering Make in India, supporting MSMEs, enabling employment-led development, investing in people, economy, and innovation, securing energy supplies, promoting exports, and nurturing innovation. For this journey of development, our 4 powerful engines are agriculture, MSME, investments, and exports. The fuel, our reforms, our guiding spirit, inclusivity, and the destination, Vikasit Bharat. This budget aims to initiate transformative reforms across 6 domains. During the first 5 years, these will augment our growth potential and global competitiveness. The domains are taxation, power sector, urban development, mining, financial sector, and regulatory reforms.
Welcome back. This is our special budget coverage on CNBC TV 18. We've been telling you what's come out of the budget, what's the positive and what's the negative, although there is nothing very much negative which we've been able to pick out so far. Usually about 2 hours, 2.5 hours later, you know, tax experts, and we've got many here in our studios and our offices who are poring over the finer details, will come up with this or that, you know, which is like, for example, last year there was, you know, that big googly that the benefits on debt funds were removed. I mean, the grandfathering relief was removed for debt funds. But this time around, at least so far, there is nothing as such. Markets have come off quite a bit from the day's lowest point, and we are down only 20 points or so, 23,490. And of course, what's doing well is consumption. And all kinds of consumption names. Even I saw Swiggy, Zomato, etc. surging quite a bit. So that's the picture. Well, we've got my colleagues joining in as well. Rima is here, Nigel is here, Mangalam. You guys were holding the bull by its horns, guys. And
I think one of the horns of that bull worked. That's the one in the green.
I mean, consumption is the story today, Mangalam.
Consumption is totally the story. You know, everyone was hoping for some boost coming into consumption itself, and that's largely because urban consumption had been struggling. We've been hearing from companies over the last couple of quarters, etc., as well. So we'll leave it to the tax experts to find out the exact benefits. But speaking from what the finance minister had said, and quoting her speech itself, zero income tax incidence for people up to 12 lakh rupees. That saves them 80,000 rupees annually. Income tax of 18 lakh will now have to pay 70,000 rupees less in terms of annual taxes, and income of upwards of 25 lakh rupees will save 1.1 lakh rupees annually in terms of taxes. That's roughly 10,000 rupees additional that people have per month for people upwards of 25 lakh rupees, urban dwellers that are. And as a result of which, all these urban consumption plays, the likes of Zomato, Swiggy, Nykaa, you have the likes of ABFRL, which is the biggest gainer. You have Trent, which is doing extremely well as well. So the urban mass consumption spaces are doing extremely well. Premium was doing well already. And even in staples, if you look at something like a Nestle, 75% of their revenue comes in from urban India. GCPL, which is among the bigger gainers, 70% of their revenues come in from urban India. We have Britannia, Marico, all of them, nearly 2/3 of revenue as well coming in from urban India itself. Add to all of this, you have ITC, which is doing extremely well as well. Why? Because before every budget, there's a fear that there could be an increase in tax incidence out there as well. That's not come by. But most importantly, the FMCG sector had been underperforming for the last couple of years. If you look at, the valuations as well, if you look at names like HUL, you look at names like Britannia, you look at names like ITC itself, Nestle, Jubilant FoodWorks, all, the table comes up for you on the screen. If you compare it to the FY26, their current FY26 price to earnings, 1 year forward price to earnings, and look at it from a 10-year average basis, they've come down to the mean. And in cases like HUL and Dabur, they're actually below the mean as well.
So there is that,
valuation,
comfort as well.
Yes, comfort as well. And then add to that, you had big gains in capex and infra-related themes earlier. If there has to be a sectoral shift coming by, then it has to be the consumption space.
Will this cause that sectoral shift is the question. And we'll get to, the other sectors as well, one by one. Insurance, Yash is also standing by, and we'll bring him in. But I think we have Ramdev Agarwal now joining us, Chairman and Co-founder of Motilal Oswal Financial Services. Ramdevji, good to have you with us here. Good afternoon. It's been a couple of hours now. Budget, I'm sure your team has briefed you. You've poured over all the important things. What's the sharp take at this hour, according to you? Is it how would you rate it if I were to rate it on 10?
10 out of 10 for sure. If I could give 10.5 also. So it is definitely 100 out of 100 budget. First thing is there is no negative. Right. Okay, at least as far as I know, there is no negative. So which is a big positive. Second, that whatever they said in economic survey, everything has given, it has found some space somewhere. So I mean, now insurance is 100%. That shows the kind of intention to attract capital into the country. Then they have also talked about global competency centers going to the tier 2, tier 3 cities. That's a very big revolution in India. I mean, it is after IT, GCC, evolution of GCC is very, very large. So I don't know what all they have done.
Yeah. No, absolutely. We'll get to some of those things in a bit, but for our market audience, right? What Mangalam was talking about, how much of this is this a boost on personal income via personal income tax route enough to spur meaningful growth for listed companies, and where would that show up in a more meaningful way, according to you?
Yeah, so I think clearly I'm not in a position to figure out when you get about when your income level is about say 20 lakh or 24 lakhs and you get a benefit of about 70,000-80,000 rupees, where does it go? My sense is clearly there will be that money will tend to go into the consumption, and that's what market is betting on. So, I would go by the market judgment that that consumption will, particularly the FMCG kind of item or Zomato and all who sell small ticket items, they would get benefit clearly.
Mr. Agarwal, afternoon, this is Reema here. Now, CAPEX infrastructure was seen as a multi-year, multi-decade kind of a story for India. But given what we've seen over the last 2 years and the thrust now on consumption combined with the welfare schemes announced by the government in the last 12 months, is there a shift now in the narrative from CAPEX to consumption? And therefore, should you step back from the CAPEX-related themes as a multi-year story, especially after the kind of returns they've generated?
Yeah, so I think as far as the economic allocation is concerned, that remains same, just that the market was sitting on the capex side, and there is a shift in the allocation. And in fact, we were saying that economy is growing at 7%, 7.5%, but there's no feel on the consumption side, anything of that kind of a growth. So now that consumption, which was completely amiss, there is some money which has been put in the hands of this middle class. And because if you can't increase the income, you have to reduce the tax so that people can buy some more. And other way was to reduce the cost of the goods by reducing the GST and all. So that side they have not done. So they have put some more money in the hands of consumers. And see, real benefit is going to come from economic growth. Will they go from current 5.5% kind of a growth for last quarter? Will they again go back to more like 7%? The real benefit will come from there, and then from there allocation will happen.
No, fair enough. But what about the CAPEX story? Is there a change? Would you continue to allocate the same amount to the CAPEX infrastructure-related stocks, your defense, railways, etc., as before?
Yeah, so we will, of course, there will be reallocation of the resources. Ultimately, the fund manager has only $100. So out of 100, if I remove 10 to the consumption, obviously the 10 will come from the capex side. I mean, if I say the capex and consumption, there are only two buckets. In that case, if I increase the allocation to consumption by say 5 or 10 rupees, that will come immediately will come from the capex side. Though the story has not changed for capex, but the story has improved for consumption. That's how I look at it.
How much do you think for a lot of the consumption companies is in the price? Because when we speak about urban consumption, there are names like Zomato, Swiggy, Trent, etc. They are trading at high multiples already. It's the staples which are actually trading at 10-year means. So in that case, the incremental allocation to consumption itself, does that go to consumer discretionary urban consumption, which is already trading at elevated valuations? Or would you look at staples as well? Because now that rural is improving and there is some push to urban, maybe that makes a better value bet.
Yeah, so I think as far as the stock selection is concerned, it's also a question of at what price you are buying and what you are buying. So those things are about the stock picking. But broadly, if consumption is going to happen, where is the actual value lying? Say, I would think that all the digital companies, quick commerce companies, that's a good place to, if they get a little more booster, I would rather spend there than the 70, 80, 100p old companies, where the growth rates at best will be 10, 15%, whereas here it is like 70, 80%. So that's a matter of choice. This is what I'm saying, but somebody else will have some other view. Right. But clearly, consumption companies, if yesterday it was worth 100, today it is worth 105. That's what market is saying.
And another way of playing consumption is also via autos and some of the consumer finance companies.
Yes.
Would you bet on any of those as well, or maybe you will look at just some of these new age consumer-focused, tech-focused consumer companies itself?
No, I mean, see, I don't manage money, so. Of course, managers will go deeper into the thing and they'll talk to the companies, and just that little provision has come in the budget, it doesn't mean much overnight. I mean, Monday, a lot of things will get equalized or things like that. But I mean, individual companies are very important. So and there is going to be a lot of second tier effect, like the entire tax benefit is not going to flow into just the consumption companies. That in fact, the capital markets can benefit significantly because the lot of people who are well off, say about 25 lakhs and all, they're not constrained by the income for the consumption. The incremental a lakh rupee comes to them, that a significant portion might come to the capital market. So we'll further examine. Right now we are just in the in the mood to react to what is given, just that there is no negative and positive tailwind is there for consumption, auto or things like that. So that's how market is sentimentally moving that side. Because there is no seller there, there is only buyer. On the capex side, there is no buyer, there are only sellers. That's what is reflecting right now in the market.
All right.
The real rational movements will start happening next year.
And, okay, no, absolutely. You said that your fund managers will speak with companies and figure out exactly what is going on. You may want to listen in, Ramdevji, to this next conversation because it's a space where, a lot of the fund managers, your fund managers have been bullish as well, EMS, right? And Dixon is the leader. We have Saurabh Gupta, CFO at Dixon, joining us. The Dixon stock saw almost about a 1,500 rupee swoon. It sold off very aggressively and then it basically came up very sharply. Saurabh, good to have you with us here. The basic custom duty on open cells has been brought down. Whereas as far as flat panels are concerned, the customs duty has been taken up. This is at the margin. How does this affect you, Saurabh?
Yeah, so definitely interactive flat panel display, the duty going up from 10 to 20% is a big positive for us because we have been manufacturing this for last 1 year. So this will trigger more domestic manufacturing and we manufacture for some of the marquee brands. And this is a good industry. So we think this is a major positive for us.
How major you think, Saurabh? Can you any way to kind of quantify this? How much was coming in, and how much of that import will now become unattractive?
So my sense is this is broadly a 5,000 to 6,000 crore industry in India, and large part of it was service to imports. We also had a small revenues coming in last year, but definitely this would now trigger a large part of import substitution, and we should have a decent portion of our revenues in the next 1 year should start coming from this category.
Mr. Gupta, afternoon. Any other measures that have been announced in the budget which impact you? And if yes, if you could explain?
Yeah, so duty has also been cut on some of the mobile parts. We are also examining it, but that is also a big positive because if India has to be competitive and industry has to be competitive as far as exports are concerned, because we're already exporting some of the duties, high import duties that were levied on mobile phones. So that is a big positive, especially when we have all the brands with us on the Android ecosystem and we are already exporting for some of the brands. So this is also add to the competitiveness of our industry and for us.
All right, so sort of just net we want to understand, going by the kind of volatility that we saw on the stock price today, you're not seeing any negatives in this budget for Dixon. In fact, every statement that you've made it's positive, right?
It's positive, and this 12 lakh relief also is a big positive for us because demand lately has been slightly subdued. I think so this would really trigger that positive sentiment and demand
in India. And that open cell bit, Saurabh, that is also something.
That is also positive because the parts of open cell, especially for the TV parts. So we also manufacture, do the display assembly for mobiles, IT hardware, and hopefully in TV we had thought in future. So if the parts come at a lower duty, that also is a positive for us.
Right. And what about capacity? I mean, for the incremental demand that you foresee coming in on account of import substitution, do you have the capacity for the same?
Yeah, we already have a capacity for this, especially for this interactive flat panel display. We already have a capacity in our Tirupati plant. And for the display assembly, we are setting up a unit in Noida, which hopefully should be commencing operations by Q2 of next financial year.
Just for better understanding, what proportion of your revenue comes in from a product like this?
So as of now, it's a small revenue. It's around 200 to 300 odd crore revenues. But clearly, we see that the industry potential is almost 6,000-7,000 odd crores. And large part of it was service to imports. Now it will really trigger that domestic manufacturing, like the way a 20% duty on all the other products have triggered domestic manufacturing. Now the same thing will apply to IFPDs as well.
And at peak capacity, what is it that you can do from this product itself? Currently, it's 200 crores. You have capacity headroom. How much can you do?
My sense is we should be targeting somewhere around, at least in the first year, somewhere around 800 to 1,000 odd crores, if not more.
Okay, and the thing, as you said, the other one is, of course, the personal income tax cut, right? Phone sales has been very sluggish for the last at least 6 months, if not more. And we were talking with Ramdevji on the other side. I think he's still with us. And he was saying, I'm wondering where will people spend this 70,000 rupees? Phones definitely is one area as well. Saurabh, thank you very much for joining us. Quick reaction there. Ramdevji, if you're there, if you heard the Dixon management, any thoughts here?
Yeah. I think he was the guy to talk about Dixon. I mean, I think, see, what is happening is market is in too much of a hurry. So you saw the cut, I mean, stock slumped and again came back all the way. I think even markets, the moment fiscal deficit number came to about 4.4, markets sold off. Yeah. And then slowly it is recovering to when the thinking is happening that this is actually a positive thing rather than negative, crowding out will not be there. So I think by evening when everything is thought out, I hope there is not much of, between the lines, there are not too many negatives. I would think that market will recover and then it will go back to its own momentum in terms of whatever is happening globally.
Now, you know, Ramdevji, from market perspective, they had two asks. One was that the RBI goes ahead and loosens some liquidity and hopefully they've done some bit of it and next week we see a follow-up. And the other one was that the capex spend continues. Yes. You have given this budget 10 on 10, 100 on 100 cent marks, so to say it. But, you know, don't you think that that little bit of a capital expenditure push is missing and that would have been actually the cherry on the cake?
Actually in capital, see, right now what has happened in actual, they have not been able to execute what was projected. Say it was projected for 24-25 to be, say, 11.2 lakhs. They are barely able to do 10.1 and I'll be surprised if they can finish even 10.1. You know, because most of the momentum has started only in December. So you are left with only just about 2.5-3 months. So my sense is that they may not be able to even complete the actual what they are talking about. Because it has to be a cash accounting, isn't it? You have to actually execute and pay. So even if government wants and orders are not given on time, which is slipped because of the elections and all, so the next year, again to, make a comeback and spend more than 10-15% would be very tough. So they are being very practical at about 11.2 lakh crores next year's execution. And if they execute full 11.2 next year, I think the momentum in capex would broadly be maintained. And if by chance economy actually recovers to 7-7.5%, they will have enough margin in terms of tax collection. Tax bonds should be very good, and hence they can, in the second round, they can further allocate for the capex. But I think the intent is very clear that they'll keep pushing the capex in various segments.
Ramdevji, just one quick thing. I know you don't manage money directly, but you have a defense fund. Defense stocks are all selling off. 4-5%.
Yeah.
Any feedback you've got from your team?
Yeah. No, I mean, Prashant, I mean, I'm just in the studio itself. Okay. And see, those guys are also talking to them, understanding. It is very difficult to develop anything. And in any case, it's an excess fund, in the sense that it's an index fund. So they have to allocate whatever the index composition is saying. So per se, in passive funds, you don't have any option but to allocate the way index is designed.
Right.
So, to that extent, active manager doesn't have much role to play out there.
Right. We request you to stay with us, Ramdevji. You know, the interesting thing about the way these stocks are moving also is that there is no counterparty today. It's a Saturday, right? So no FIIs. And a lot of these FNO stocks, which had been beaten down, are seeing big spikes. Trent, for instance, is up 8%. DMart, you're talking about that stock, is hit the temporary freeze at a 10% up move. Oh, wow. We're seeing big traction on Zomato, up 7.5%. AB Fashion and Retail up nearly 4-5% as well. We were speaking about ITC, how there has been no tinkering with tobacco taxes. That stock is up just around 3.5-4% in context of the way the market is right now. But look at something like Godfrey Phillips. That too is up close to around 13.5%. So it's a big move that we're seeing in a lot of these stocks. How much of that is, because of the impact of no counterparty right now? How much of that is on account of the impact of...
Mangalam, but to be fair, the counterparty usually is on the sell side.
Yes.
So they are there.
So which is why the exaggerated up move, right? That's the exaggerated up move is what I'm
you're saying they're up because
there is no
seller. The big seller is away, and there is, the FNO impact as well. But
we're seeing some big moves even in the textile, footwear, leather-related names. Look at a Mirza International. We've practically forgotten about that stock. That's up close to about 20-odd%. So Campus Activewear, that's another one, as the government spoke about it, right?
They spoke about it. There are two parts to this. One, these sectors, these stocks were beaten down. Secondly, while they're focusing on exports, also remember the rupee is closer to 86.5, right?
That's a tailwind.
So that's a big tailwind coming in for all these exporters. And again, the lack of any counterparty out here as well. So we'll keep an eye out on all of these stocks. But we do have Sandeep Bhatia, who's the MD, Head Equity India, Macquarie, joining us now. Sandeep, how would you rate this budget? Point number one. Secondly, the capex versus consumption debate. Does it shift towards consumption from here on in terms of allocation?
Well, I think it should definitely shift to consumption, and there's no reason for it not to be. I've said this on your channel before the budget was presented, that we need a tax cut up to 12 lakhs of income, and the finance minister has delivered exactly on that. So what do I say? I think it meets the prescribed cure for the economy, and to that extent, it's a good job done.
Sandeep, I remember you saying in the morning that Maruti would be a stock to look at if the government chooses to prioritize consumption, which they have. And Maruti is a stock which is up 5.5% because small car sales have been lagging, and that could get a boost. So tell us, the stocks that have, swum into your ken because of the announcements that we've heard in the budget, particularly on the consumption front.
So the entire consumer sector has been a laggard. And again, just for the sake of a proper disclosure, that doesn't mean that one budget will change the entire story of consumption in India. But yes, it's a good 1 trillion rupee or $11.5 billion tax break, which comes to every taxpayer every year, year after year. And therefore, it is a meaningful tax break. Therefore, all the consumption stocks are going to go up, and that's what's happened today. But we should also remember that finally it's earnings that matter. I think the large cap consumption stocks have suffered. Volume growth is in very low single digits, if at all. And these competitive issues or these demand issues, until they are resolved, will these stocks remain expensive. So despite today's movements, and anyway, I think as all the anchors have been discussing, we don't have a fully functional market. On the other side, we don't have the other institutional players, which are the foreigners. We will definitely see more supply of stock come through when the market is fully open on Monday. Okay. So some kind of rationality will come in stock prices then.
Okay, all right. Hi, Sandeep. Always good to speak to you. I recall the last time we chatted, you said that the quick commerce space could have a big potential, but you're fairly cautious on this space. Now these stocks have come off, from the top. You have this bit of a booster shot as well that's coming in there. Still cautious. Zomato now is one of the top gainers as we speak on high volumes as well.
See, today's movement is not a benchmark to change anything on any sector or stock. Okay, I think all of us know that. People still ask these questions because that makes good headlines. But I think the whole market is expensive. The whole market needs to correct. I've been saying that multiple times whenever I come on the channel. I continue to reiterate the market needs a correction. But in the near term, let me tell you, I also expect a rate cut on Feb 7. So I think we have to see some positive news on the economy. Yeah. The tax cut has happened, the rate cut will happen. So yeah, in the near term, the market will show some strength, which is fine.
No, absolutely. I was actually going to ask Ramdevji that. Rate cut. Next is North Block is done. Main Street is next. Ramdevji, 7th of Feb, next Friday. Yeah. So what is your sense of the
it's very crucial.
Yeah.
Not only the...
If you'll get you get more measures, you get a rate cut, you get guidance of maybe a little bit more. We're presuming, but if that were to come, where does that place the market according to you?
See, market, nobody knows, even I don't know what it will do in next 15 days, 20 days, because there's so many players. The foreigners are very large chunk for the short-term trade. So I wouldn't know how they will react. There is a global allocations and things like that. But as far as our economic performance is concerned, I think the demand, aggregate demand is dependent on the credit flow. So the credit flow has slowed down to more like 9-10%, 10.5%. That must go to 15-16%. And when that will take some time. So I'm sure the economic activity will also take some time. So it might take 2 quarters, 3 quarters before that pickup happens. But the turnaround in the credit cycle, that year-on-year growth from 10% goes to 11, 12, 13, that's what I expect. And that's what even the governor should be indicating in their next policy meetings and things like that.
So, yeah, near term is, okay, just let me put it another way and we'll ask Sandeep this as well. And I think Hiren Ved is also joining us. So Monday morning we come back, Ramdevji, and say we got this weekend tariff risk also, right? Trump's, maybe we wake up to 10%, 20%, we don't know, tariffs. So is that, will there be collateral damage in that sense? Or what's your sense?
See, Monday is Monday. We are in Saturday today. Whatever was the activity today, we have taken care of that. Monday will its own balance sheet of activities, whether it's Mr. Trump, whether FIIs, interest rates. I mean, then it takes over, you know. So today's job is like which way the wind is blowing. Today, wind is blowing towards consumption. That's what has happened. And I think market in next 1 hour should take a call.
Ramdevji is the bull. He's given 10 on 10 and he's saying Monday ka baad Monday dekhe.
By the way, he's sounding like a full philosopher. And you're saying Saturday hai. And by the way...
philosopher नहीं, अभी क्या कर सकते हो? मतलब, you know, Prime Minister ने सवेरे बोला कि लक्ष्मी जी के आपके पास आशीर्वाद रहेगा middle income group के ऊपर. And that's what she has showered.
Oh, she has, absolutely. Thank you very much for your time, though. Appreciate it very much here. And Mangalam and Nigel, you guys always make the point about Fridays and Saturdays and
Saturday and Sunday.
And beverage stocks. Radico, Radico has moved up 9%.
You know, I have to get Varun beverages actually.
Actually, you know, Rima, I just want, you know, I think we need to check out if there is something that's come on the telecom space, because as we speak, you know, we just entered the studio around 20 minutes or so ago. Idea is a stock that's locked in upper circuit. I think it's up close to around 10% as we speak. And Industars is the other one as well. So both those two stocks, I don't know whether we've got any kind of details with regard to a potential relief or something that the street wants to read with regard to that. But both these two stocks, they are firing away, both of them at the high point of the day as we speak. So we'll wait by Rima as well as, you know, just checking up. And I think our ticker team as well will try to alert with regard to that. Both those
Bharti is not moving. So usually Industars moves when Bharti does because the fortunes are linked. But Bharti Airtel as a stock, if you're looking at pure telecom industry, Bharti is up close to about 0.5%. But yeah, there has been a little bit of an uptick. So we'll try and find out if there was anything in the budget.
All right. Well, let's welcome Hiren Ved onto the show as well. Hi, Hiren. Good afternoon and good to have you in. Well, the markets have been seesawing in today's trading session, trying to, you know, analyze this budget. Some would argue that maybe, in fact, we required a bit of a more, you know, push with regard to the capex, while others are quite happy with regard to the consumption boost that we've got. How do you rate this budget?
I think it's a very balanced budget. I think what was lagging was consumption, and I think by giving a tax cut, you've given a push to a part of the economy which was struggling. I also believe that people are not thinking through as far as the capex number is concerned. So I think, you know, on day one, whatever hits you on the face, people tend to react, you know, instinctively. But let me give you some sense on the capex itself, right? So they're budgeted for 11.1. They finally revised that to 10.2.
Yes.
We have the numbers from April to December. The December number was a big number, 1.7 lakh crores, right? If you take April to December, then you have essentially 3.4 lakh crores to cover in Jan, Feb and March of this year, and 11.2 lakh crores in all of next year, which means you have to spend 14.6 trillion rupees in the next 15 months. To give you context, the first 9 months, the average monthly run rate was 76,000 crores of capex. If I now take 14.6 lakh crores, then the average monthly run rate for the next 15 months is going to be 97,000 crores. I don't think people are thinking. In no 15-month period have we seen a spending of 15.6 trillion rupees, right? Now, this is obviously assuming that whatever numbers they have given, they are to execute. But if you purely look at the
Hiren, you know, we request you to just hold on to your thoughts for a minute. We do have our colleague Parikshit, who's in conversation with the Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal. So you might want to listen into this, and thereafter we'll hear your thoughts once again.
Right, joining us right now is Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal to speak to us about Union Budget 2025, the big push for supporting the middle class, startups and the manufacturing sector. Mr. Goyal, how do you think this budget fares in terms of giving more consumption power back to the middle class, because that had been a pain point over the last few quarters?
Well, it's a very transformational budget. It's balanced. Continuity is evident in the budget, but very strategic in its outlook. It has planned a vision very holistically. Now, the benefits given to the middle class. It straightaway results in money in the pocket of the middle class. India has a very rapidly growing middle class with 25 crore poor having come out of multidimensional poverty. You are rapidly seeing more and more people with increasing incomes. Their disposable income becomes much bigger, savings of up to 1 lakh of rupees for all those who are earning up to 25 lakh rupees. And for those who are in a job at 12,75,000 rupees salary, you have zero income tax. I think it's a very, very big message that so far the government had focused on investment-led growth. Now we will have investment-led and consumption-led growth, which is how developed economies of the world have been created. So it's the right pathway to a developed India.
Sir, there was a concern about India's growth going forward, whether there are structural problems. The CA has said that the growth in this fiscal could be between 6.4 to 6.8%. What is your view on what this budget will now do for growth revival for FY25 and FY26?
My sense is this budget and the number of elements it touches, whether it's MSMEs, whether it's farmers, whether it's the youth for creating more job opportunities, our startups, creating the right infrastructure mix, monetizing 10 lakh crores worth of assets for reinvestment into the economy, focusing on ease of doing business, the Jan Vishwas Bill 2 also coming in now, working with the states.
मिशन को ड्राइव करने वाला है। ये बजट एक फोर्स मल्टीप्लायर है। ये बजट सेविंग्स को बढ़ाएगा, इन्वेस्टमेंट को बढ़ाएगा, कंजम्पशन को बढ़ाएगा और ग्रोथ को भी तेजी से बढ़ाएगा। मैं वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस जनता जनार्दन का बजट, पीपल्स का बजट, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आमतौर पर बजट का फोकस इस बात पर रहता है कि सरकार का खजाना कैसे भरेगा, लेकिन ये बजट उससे बिल्कुल उल्टा है। लेकिन ये बजट देश के नागरिकों की जेब कैसे भरेगी, देश के नागरिकों की बचत कैसे बढ़ेगी और देश के नागरिक विकास के भागीदार कैसे बनेंगे, ये बजट इसकी एक बहुत मजबूत नींव रखता है। साथियों, इस बजट में रिफॉर्म की दिशा में महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए गए हैं। न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी में प्राइवेट सेक्टर को बढ़ावा देने का निर्णय बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक है। ये आने वाले समय में सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी का बड़ा योगदान देश के विकास में सुनिश्चित करेगा। बजट में रोजगार के सभी क्षेत्रों को हर प्रकार से प्राथमिकता दी गई है। लेकिन मैं दो चीजों पर ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहूंगा। उन रिफॉर्म्स की मैं चर्चा करना चाहूंगा जो आने वाले समय में बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन लाने वाले हैं। एक, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्टेटस देने के कारण भारत में बड़े शिप्स के निर्माण को बढ़ावा मिलेगा। आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को गति मिलेगी। और हम सब जानते हैं कि शिप बिल्डिंग ये सर्वाधिक रोजगार देने वाला क्षेत्र है। उसी प्रकार से देश में टूरिज्म के लिए बहुत संभावना है। महत्वपूर्ण 50 टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन, वहां पर जो होटल्स बनाएंगे, उस होटल को पहली बार इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के दायरे में लाकर टूरिज्म पर बहुत बल दिया है। इससे हॉस्पिटैलिटी सेक्टर को, जो रोजगार का बहुत बड़ा क्षेत्र है, और टूरिज्म जो रोजगार का सबसे बड़ा क्षेत्र है, एक प्रकार से चारों तरफ रोजगार के अवसर पैदा करने वाला एक क्षेत्र को ऊर्जा देने वाला काम करेगा। आज देश विकास भी विरासत भी इस मंत्र को लेकर चल रहा है। इस बजट में भी इसके लिए भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण और ठोस कदम उठाए गए हैं। 1 करोड़ पांडुलिपियों के लिए संरक्षण के लिए, मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट के लिए ज्ञान भारतम मिशन लॉन्च किया गया है। साथ ही भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा से प्रेरित एक नेशनल डिजिटल रिपोजिटरी बनाई जाएगी। यानी टेक्नोलॉजी का भरपूर उपयोग किया जाएगा और हमारा जो परंपरागत ज्ञान है उसमें से अमृत निचोड़ने का भी काम होगा। साथियों, बजट में किसानों के लिए जो घोषणा हुई है वो कृषि क्षेत्र और समूची ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था में नई क्रांति का आधार बनेगी। पीएम धन धान्य कृषि योजना के तहत 100 जिलों में सिंचाई और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का डेवलपमेंट होगा। किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड की लिमिट 5 लाख तक होने से उन्हें ज्यादा मदद मिलेगी। साथियों, अब इस बजट में 12 लाख रुपए तक की आय को टैक्स से मुक्त कर दिया गया है। सभी आय वर्ग के लोगों के लिए टैक्स में भी कमी की गई है। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे मिडिल क्लास को, नौकरी पेशे करने वाले जिनकी आय बंधी हुई है, ऐसे लोगों को, मिडिल क्लास को इससे बहुत बड़ा लाभ होने वाला है। उसी प्रकार से जो नए नए प्रोफेशन में आए हैं, जिनको नए नए जॉब मिले हैं, इनकम टैक्स की ये मुक्ति उनके लिए एक बहुत बड़ा अवसर बन जाएगी। साथियों, इस बजट में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर 360 डिग्री फोकस है ताकि एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को, एमएसएमईज को, छोटे उद्यमियों को मजबूती मिले और नई जॉब पैदा हो। नेशनल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग मिशन से लेकर क्लीन टेक, लेदर, फुटवियर, टॉय इंडस्ट्री जैसे अनेक सेक्टर्स को विशेष समर्थन दिया गया है। लक्ष्य साफ है कि भारतीय प्रोडक्ट्स ग्लोबल मार्केट में अपनी चमक बिखेर सके। साथियों, राज्यों में इन्वेस्टमेंट का एक वाइब्रेंट कॉम्पिटिटिव माहौल बने, इस पर बजट में विशेष जोर दिया गया है। एमएसएमईज और स्टार्टअप के लिए क्रेडिट गारंटी को दोगुना करने की घोषणा भी हुई है। देश के एससी, एसटी और महिला जो नए उद्यमी बनना चाहते हैं, उनको 2 करोड़ रुपए तक के लोन की योजना भी लाई गई है, और वो भी बिना गारंटी। इस बजट में न्यू एज इकोनॉमी को ध्यान में रखते हुए गीग वर्कर्स के लिए बहुत बड़ी घोषणा की गई है। पहली बार गीग वर्कर्स का ई श्रम पोर्टल पर रजिस्ट्रेशन किया जाएगा। इसके बाद इन साथियों को स्वास्थ्य सेवा और दूसरी सोशल सिक्योरिटी स्कीम्स का लाभ मिलेगा। ये डिग्निटी ऑफ लेबर, इसके प्रति, श्रम एव जयते के प्रति सरकार के कमिटमेंट को दर्शाता है। रेगुलेटरी रिफॉर्म से लेकर फाइनेंशियल रिफॉर्म्स, जन विश्वास 2.0 जैसे कदमों से मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट और ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस के हमारे कमिटमेंट को और बल मिलेगा। साथियों, ये बजट न केवल देश की वर्तमान आवश्यकताओं को ध्यान में रखता है, बल्कि हमें भविष्य की तैयारी करने में भी मदद करता है। स्टार्टअप के लिए डीप टेक फंड, जियोस्पेशल मिशन और न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी मिशन ऐसे ही महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। मैं सभी देशवासियों को एक बार फिर इस ऐतिहासिक पीपल्स बजट की बधाई देता हूं, और फिर एक बार वित्त मंत्री जी को भी बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right. Well, that's our Prime Minister Narendra Modi seemed pretty pleased with the budget that was just announced. Well, let's take a couple of other pointers that the street has been debating about, and that's the insurance stocks. They've been all over the place. To help us out with, the first take with regard to the insurance companies, we have Ms. Vibha, the CEO of HDFC Life, who joins us on the show. Hi, Vibha. Good afternoon and good to see you, and thanks a lot for joining in. Well, one factor is been on with regard to the changes in taxation, particularly for the new structure, and the other one is on ULIP. Let's take the first point first. Since there will be some kind of leeway given, particularly on the new structure, the fear is that it could result in fewer people taking insurance, and in that regard, hitting your volumes. What do you have to say with regard to that?
Couple of points here, and thank you for having me on this show. The first point is it's widely available data that almost 70% of taxpayers have moved to the new tax regime. That is the first data point. Second data point is with our own policy holders, less than 2%, our analysis shows that less than 2% are dependent on tax, or tax being a reason for them possibly buying life insurance. So really a non-material number, and even that would reduce as we go along. So we have moved a long way from a tax being the reason. This might have been certainly the case a decade ago, but now given innovation in the sector and many other products and emphasis on more and more of protection, I think at least certainly for HDFC Life, but I think even broader for the sector, just given the number of people who've moved away into the new tax regime, I don't think that is really a dampener in any form or shape.
Well, that's heartening to hear, actually, Vibha, not just from a market perspective or from a policy perspective, but people are taking insurance because of, for the core interest with regard to insurance, not because of, tax exemptions. Yeah, Prashant.
No, Vibha, hi, afternoon, Prashant here. So you're saying that 2% of ATC roughly contributes about 2% of the new individual premium. That's what you're saying?
ATC is overcrowded, as you know, Prashant. There are many, many things, and if you're salaried, in all probability, when we do an income proxy, we know that even if they did not buy life insurance, their contribution to Provident Fund, other things, ELSs and so on, would have consumed or utilized ATC anyway. So that was not the primary reason or the reason at all for them buying life insurance.
The other change was this redemption of unit-linked schemes, right? And for a brief period, there was a misunderstanding. There was a little bit of fear that maybe, it's being taxed at capital gains. But then clarity, Yash told us that it was being added to your income tax, charged at the marginal rate. Now actually it is going to be taxed at 12.5%, which is the capital gains tax. Is that the correct interpretation?
Yeah, absolutely, and actually it's significantly better. So let me just deconstruct, the somewhat of a misunderstanding in terms of what was intended. First of all, the language, and I'm just referring to the language mentioned by the FM, is bringing clarity in income on redemption. So it was to bring clarity and not to introduce anything new, anything that was significantly adverse. Now, post 2021, 1st of February 2021, there was a cap of 2,50,000, and anything above 2,50,000 annual premium was taxed, and it was taxed and continues to be taxed as capital gains tax. Up to 2,50,000 was tax-free. Now, before the policies that were sold before 1st of February 2021, if they adhered to certain conditions, for example, number of times of the ratio of premium to sum assured, then it was completely tax-free, regardless of the quantum. However, there were some other policies that didn't satisfy this multiple of sum assured, and they were being then taxed and continuing to be taxed until today at the highest marginal tax rate. So all that the provisions now unveiled are going to do is to simplify it, to say that anything that is not compliant will now be taxed under capital gains tax, instead of all this hybrid of earlier was a marginal tax rate and so on. That's all there is to it.
Okay.
And just to add on that, if we were to look at, say, hypothetically, if I had bought a policy before February 21 and say I had only a 6 times sum assured, then that would have not been even then eligible for under Section 1010D. And so I would have been paying at highest marginal tax rate. So if a taxpayer has been paying or would have paid a maturity proceeds at 30% tax, now it will be at a capital gains tax rate at 12.5% tax. So actually there is a benefit for those policyholders that would have bought their policies before 21.
Okay. Ma'am, the third important announcement from the insurance sector is opening up the sector to 100% FDI. Will it impact listed players like you, one? And two, how does this change the competitive dynamics? Would some of the unlisted players now get that 100% FDI and therefore become a lot more competitive and aggressive?
While I welcome 100% in insurance, being pragmatic, even when it went up to 74%, it's not like there was a lot of money flow. What could happen is there could be some foreign insurers or foreign investors for whom it's either 100% or it is zero. It could attract people like that, or if they want full control and don't want a partner, say if their brand presence as an insurer somewhere else is extremely strong. But barring that, will it make a huge change in dynamic to the competitive intensity? I don't think so. I think what is really important is some sort of regulatory certainty. I think that is the biggest aspect that will attract flows into the, why only insurance sector, but any sector really. And that's really what could be a game changer in terms of certainty on regulatory outlook.
All right. Thanks a lot, ma'am, for joining in and giving us all your views on this space, assuaging some of the fears that the street had with regards to shift into the new tax regime and that impacting business for you as well. But, meanwhile, while this conversation was on, there was a lot of fear in the jewelry space that will there be any increase in customs duty for gold once again or not? There has been a notification, but there is clarity as well that there is no specific change coming in for gems and jewelry sector. The new tariff line that has been introduced is largely to differentiate between gold which is imported in bar forms and the other forms. Most of the gold imported in the country right now is in bar forms, but increasingly there was some platinum alloys, etc., that were being imported as well. And that had an impact on the overall equilibrium of the market. Okay. So this tariff is on the non-bar gold import, which is not a big portion of this business as well. So on account of that uncertainty, we had seen a big dip on names like Titan and Kalyan Jewelers. We'll just keep an eye out on that. The clarification that has come, there is no specific change for gems and jewelry sector when it comes to this business itself. But Hiren Ved is still with us. Hiren, thank you for waiting patiently, hearing out all the conversations that we've been having on the channel so far. But you were making a point on CapEx that the street may have been overreacting to this less allocation towards capex. You complete that point, and a word on consumption stocks from here on as well.
Yeah, so just to complete the capex point, right? I mean, as I mentioned, if you look at the data for the first 9 months, the actual numbers that have been spent gives you a run rate of about 76,000 crores a month. They now have put that by March end, they will spend 10.2 as opposed to 11.1, which means that you have another 3.4 lakh crores for this 3 months and a total of 11.2 lakh crores for the rest of the 12 months.
Yes.
Which means that in the next 15 months, you will have to spend at the run rate of 97,000 crores a month, as opposed to 75,000 crores that you spent in the first 9 months of this year. That is actually a 30% increase, right? But as I said, people tend to react very spontaneously. Very clearly, the big delta of this budget is the push given to consumption, and therefore it's very apparent in the consumer stocks. And I believe that rightly so, most of them have been bid up. But even there, I think that to the point that, Sandeep also made, is that substantially going to change the volume growth for the FMCG companies? We have to wait and see. But clearly from a sentiment perspective and the fact that the biggest needle has moved in terms of consumption, we are seeing a significant rally in consumer stocks as well.
Okay, got that, Hiren. Thanks a lot for joining, Hiren, and giving us your initial take with regard to the budget. But Sandeep, before we let you go, one final question to you. I recall when we chatted the last time around, you were not ruling out further downside. Maybe a 10% correction is something that we could be bracing for. We almost got that, and we have bounced back in the last few sessions. What do you think? Budget is already done now. I mean, most of it is done. That we'll have the RBI. Hopefully, they inject some liquidity. But on ground, sentiment is still a little bit subdued. Earnings really haven't picked up. So what's your take for the remainder of this year with regard to the Nifty's moves? All right, Sandeep, I think, you're on mute. We'll just try to... Yeah, Sandeep, you're on mute. If you could unmute yourself. Yeah, please go ahead, Sandeep.
So remainder of the year is some time away, but we are on 1st Feb today. I think in the near term, the market will have some legs and strength. I do expect a rate cut. I do expect, liquidity injection to happen, and all that should be good news for the market in the near term. The earnings picture is not going to be as buoyant as the policy announcements and the rate cuts that I'm expecting. And around the earnings season, again, there could be weakness. That's what I expect. I think the real turning point for this market is how the meeting with President Trump and PM Modi goes in February at the White House, and if India can continue to work, which I do expect with the US, and that would be good news for the markets, and that would be a more longer-term positive picture. But in the near term, earnings will continue, and lack of earnings will put pressure on the market, and that remains unchanged.
I mean, that's interesting. That meeting, the stakes are rising. Prime Minister Modi and Donald Trump, and what can come out of it, some sort of an agreement. I mean, it's certainly a break from the past. Which way is the break going to be is the question. Sandeep, thank you very much for staying with us and, of course, taking all those questions. And we look forward to our next conversation. Thank you. We'll take a quick commercial break here. We'll come back. Nilesh Shah of Envision comes back. You heard from him pre-budget. So he'll give you his take on what we've seen. And we'll also have Shardul Shroff joining in. And that is going to be a broader conversation on what Mr. Shroff has made of the budget. Stay tuned, coming back.
I present the budget for 25-26. This budget continues our government's efforts to A. Accelerate growth, B. Secure inclusive development, C. Invigorate private sector investments, D. Uplift household sentiments. And E. Enhance spending power of India's rising middle class. Together, we embark on a journey to unlock our nation's tremendous potential for greater prosperity and global positioning under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. As we complete the first quarter of the 21st century, continuing geopolitical headwinds suggest lower global economic growth over the medium term. However, our aspiration for a Vikasit Bharat inspires us, and the transformative work we have done during our government's first 2 terms guides us to march forward resolutely. Our economy is the fastest growing among all major economies. Our development track record for the past 10 years and structural reforms have drawn global attention. Confidence in India's capability and potential has only grown in this period. We see the next 5 years as a unique opportunity to realize Sabka Vikas, stimulating balanced growth of
Welcome back. Absolutely unchanged on the benchmark indices, but railway stocks are tumbling hard and fast. IRCON down 8%, RVNL, IRFC, Jupiter Wagons seeing cuts anywhere between 6 to 8%. And these are stocks which have fallen 30 to 50% from their 52-week highs in the last couple of months. That said, stocks like RVNL have gone up 1,000% in the last 3 years. They've had a massive run up. They've undergoing profit booking. And in the budget, there is no increase in the railway capex for FY26. And that has disappointed the street. For defense, there has been an increase. But for railway capex, it's absolutely unchanged. And the street is a bit disappointed. As we said, the stocks have had a big run up. RVNL, for instance, is up 1,100,000 or 1,100% in the last 3 years. Nilesh Shah, MD and CEO of Envision Capital, is now with us on the show. Nilesh, thank you for joining in. So outside of the big thrust on consumption, tell us, are there any other portfolio plays that you would recommend post the budget?
So, apart from consumption, I clearly believe there's one sector for which budget has been positive is the insurance sector. And I say this because first, of course, is the overall FDI limit has been raised to 100%. Which was widely expected, but nevertheless, that gets confirmed. So that's, I think, a key proposal. The other thing going positive for the insurance sector is that given that the tax exemption limit has been raised for the middle class, the post-tax take-home or the post-tax disposable income goes up. That gives them a lot more leeway to spend on healthcare. And within healthcare, clearly health insurance is a priority. So clearly believe that outside the core consumption space, the discretionary consumption space, I think one sector which benefits trade because of this clearly is the insurance space. I think there's a lot for the sector there.
Enough for you to increase your allocation to insurance if you have a medium to long-term view?
Yeah, I clearly think it should be part of it. And we've essentially been liking more the insurance distributor, the insurance platform company, and not the standalone insurance companies. But maybe with these developments, we'd probably take a hard look at some of the standalone insurers, especially the health insurers. That space is interesting. Some of them have essentially kind of been very aggressive in their underwriting, realizing mistakes. There has been a course correction. In some cases, stock prices have also corrected sharply. So clearly, I think we remain constructive. So maybe it's time for us now to start looking at standalone health insurance companies as well.
There's Star Health and others as well. We have Mr. Shardul Shroff as well, Executive Chairman of Shardul Amarshal Mangaldas and Company. Mr. Shroff, good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us on this important day. What are the key points? I mean, there's of course the personal income taxation, but from a corporate perspective, we heard a lot of stuff on focusing on ease of doing business, etc. What are the top 2 or 3 things which really will make an impact, maybe not on day one, but which you think are meaningful?
I think the fact that ultimately the income above 24 lakhs will get uniformly taxed at 30%, and that has an impact on the consumption budget and the capital budget for the middle income group. Now, as far as the corporates go, clearly two things which matter are the new Income Tax Act, which is expected in the next week. That's what she said in her budget speech. And she has also indicated that the Income Tax Act would be reduced to half its current form. Now, this is an interesting development because you're having a significant change in the law. I hope they don't bring in new stuff, because I've been just reading her speech and there is a lot to be said in relation to the speech. I understand that there's a changed definition of capital asset for the purposes of capital gains. I'll have to pay focus to that. And the other change which is happening is going to be the decriminalization of laws. About 120 laws still need to be decriminalized. And that is something which you will see in the context of how the law is simplified. This budget is a budget which has a simplification as a norm. And besides the Income Tax Act and besides the decriminalization, I think the compliance aspect for small charitable institutions, the fact that ease of doing business has been made part of the budget, the fact that the laws which have become obsolete and which some years ago the government had scrapped by a single bill, all these changes will have an impact on the corporates.
No, absolutely. Mr. Shroff, quick comment today, but I think you'll come back for a more extensive chat over the coming days as we sort of go through and pour over the budget. But for now, let me cut across to my colleague Shireen, who's in conversation with Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri, the Petroleum Minister. Shireen, over to you.
Well, thanks very much, guys. Yes, joining us now live and exclusive here on CNBC TV 18, the Oil and Gas Minister, Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri. Mr. Puri, many thanks for joining us here. As I've been pointing out, Mr. Puri, it's been a focus on... We'll just get him in a second. But of course, as far as the oil and gas sector in specific is concerned, you can see the oil marketing companies under pressure. And that is largely on account of the fact that LPG under recoveries have not been factored in. So that has not been allocated. And that is what we will seek more clarity on. But that's the impact as far as the OMCs are concerned. That is the call there for the oil marketing companies on the under-recovery side. But, stocks like RVNL, etc., also under pressure. And that's largely RailTel, largely on account of the fact that it's pretty much status quo as far as the railway capex is concerned. And overall, the capex is at about 11.21 lakh crore rupees. Prashant, we'll come back to Mr. Puri as we get him to join us. But for now, I'll hand it back to you.
I think, Shireen, just one point that you'd like to make. Mangalam just made that point with regard to clarification on gold. And, Titan was the stock that had taken a hard knock. Kalyan Jewellers as well has taken a hard knock. And Mangalam essentially said there's no big change. Just take a look at those stocks. In the last 10 minutes or so, both of them have seen a big recovery from the lows of the day. I think Titan was down close to around 3% or thereabouts. That's recovered. And Kalyan Jewellers, I think Mangalam was down 4% odd. So big recovery. The street is taking note of that clarification.
Yeah, this market currently has been a trader's paradise. If you look at the way the stocks have moved, we earlier saw the way the reaction was on Dixon Tech. Yes. There was, Vodafone Idea, all of them surging, and thereafter they've been sold into as well.
Insurance today.
Insurance as well. All of them. It's been all over the place. So similar is the case that has taken place on, the jewelry space as well. The street was looking at, a proposed increase in the alloys of gold. Anything which has less than 99% pure gold or silver will be they will be a tariff of 10% imposed on that. That was mainly to differentiate or put in at par the gold alloy imports versus gold bar imports. Gold bar imports, there was always a certain duty, and as a result of there being no duty on alloys, there was this arbitrage that was playing on, and now that there has been just normalized. So nothing specifically changes for these companies, and after that big decline, we've seen a recovery, subsequent recovery as well.
Absolutely. I think, markets all told with about, 15-20 minutes to go are just about 15 odd points lower, right? I mean, that's essentially the story by close. And it's been true for the last 2-3 budgets now. The close has been absolutely inconsequential. Flattish has been the close. I think we can toss it back to Shireen. She's got Mr. BVR Subramaniam, Chief Executive Officer, Niti Aayog. Shireen?
That is right, Mr. Subramaniam. Many thanks for joining us here on CNBC TV 18 to start with, what the budget delivers on in terms of growth. What are the big takeaways that you read into as far as the budget is concerned?
Okay, I've been hearing a lot of comments on the budget since morning. First of all, it's an outstanding budget. It supports growth. It will accelerate growth. It addresses all the choke points or all the bottlenecks which will hinder growth. But one point I think a lot of people are missing. If you see the fine print, the GDP of India next year crosses $4 trillion. It's 357 lakh crores. That translates to $4.1 trillion. The budget has been a very finely balanced act. They've addressed both the consumption side as well as the supply side. And I think that's remarkable. And all that has been done, but there has been fiscal compression, both on fiscal deficit and also some tax giveaways to the middle class. When about 2.5 lakh crores is the compression that has been done in terms of either less revenues or cutting the fiscal deficit. So I think we must actually compliment the Finance Ministry, the Finance Minister, and the team working with her to produce a budget like this. If you want, let me just tell you what the macro picture is. It's a very simple budget. About 50 lakh crores is the expenditure, 35 lakh crores is the revenues, and 15 lakh crores is the deficit. That's 4.4%. She's cut the fiscal deficit from 4.8 to 4.4%. I think it's a solid signal to the external world that India is for fiscal prudence, India is for fiscal stability, and I think it's an excellent signal to the global investor community that while we promote development, we promote growth, and we are going to invest for the future, we will also manage our fisc very, very efficiently, prudently. And the big thing is, this is a budget for Vikasit Bharat. First thing, this budget has to be actually read along with the previous budget. We must understand these two budgets have come with a gap of 6 months. So I think that budget addressed some issues like skilling, employment. I think that was the big focus. If you look at this budget, the big focus here is 2 or 3 things which are very, very apparent. Number one is manufacturing. I mean, it's out there, up there, a national manufacturing mission, an export promotion mission. There's some things which he didn't speak, but you need to read the print and, see the schemes. There is one for industrial parks. There is one for industrial housing. There are a whole host of things there. So I think manufacturing and exports is one big leg of the mission. The second one is actually agriculture. India, a lot of people don't realize, has actually more agricultural land under cultivation than any other country in the world, including the United States. And she said that very correctly. India can be the food basket of the world. And I think there's a lot of stuff there to support. I think she's mentioned they've drawn inspiration from the Aspirational Districts program, 100 districts for one program, 100 districts for the other program. And I think that's a big, big takeaway. The third thing, and which is again something which people don't think about very quickly, it's the focus on cities and urban. I mean, that's almost 8 or 10 paragraphs in a speech only on cities and urban. Now, if that is not infrastructure, what it is? It is also infrastructure. And in cities, they're putting aside a 1 lakh crore urban growth challenge fund. I mean, that is for cities as growth hubs. This is not metros. This is for other infrastructure which cities need. And I think this is something which is going to be a very, very big landmark initiative. The other thing, which I don't know how many people are noticing it, the mention of a nuclear mission, a nuclear power mission, and 2 commitments to amend the Atomic Energy Act and to amend the Civil Nuclear Liability Act. This and the boost in budget to the Science and Technology Department. It's about 25,000 crores which is going for science and technology. That's larger than the increase in allocations for many other areas. So I think these are 4 or 5 big areas in which the budget is actually focusing on. And on the supply side, one thing, the investment in human beings, I think that's big. Education, healthcare, women, children, I think there's a huge increase. If you look at this whole as a group, it's about a 45,000 crore increased allocation for all these put together. I mean, this is investment in people because they're all part of the supply chain. The demographic dividend, if it has to be exploited, if that has to be taken advantage of, you need to invest in people. And 47 looks far away, but for the child being born today, that child is going to be the workforce of 2047. I think that investment is going in.
One of the other aspects of this budget, sir, has been a lot of focus on getting the centre and the states to work together, whether it is to do with the identification of those 50 tourist destinations where the government believes that the centre and the state should partner and work together, or on many of the other aspects that the government has also spoken on, including putting out a competitive index of states and how they are performing in the context of ease of doing business and deregulation, something that we've seen previously as well. On this centre-state compact, how far does the budget take us and how effective do you believe it's likely to be in moving the needle?
I think there is a huge amount of work. I mean, if India has to be Viksit Bharat, then I said this is a budget for Viksit Bharat. There has to be lifting jointly both by the centre and states. And if you see the Urban Challenge Fund, the monies have to be spent by states, which means they have to actually come up with proposals, and the government will match it. They've said they'll give a 25% grant, and they're pushing states towards PPP and private participation. They said almost 50% of that has to come from banks, bonds, or PPP. There's the other one, the one on a couple of other missions which are there. The one on agriculture, the two missions there depend totally on state governments. The one on industrial parks, again, industrial parks have to come from state. There is one on industrial housing, again, it has to come from state. So there are a large number of initiatives there which are actually funding states, apart from the 1.5 lakh crores which is for the long-term capex loans. This requires states to get their act going. And I think NITI also will have a role there in actually helping states projectize ideas and bringing them so that they can be funded by various ministries. So I think the centre-state compact is coming through very, very strongly. Apart from, I mean, the total devolution going to states in this particular budget is about 25 lakh crores, of which only 15 lakh crores is actually Finance Commission related grant. The other 10 lakh crores is central or centrally sponsored scheme related transfers. All these require states to also get their act going. Even on the reform side, there is this mention of this committee, a high-powered committee on regulatory reforms. There's a clear mention there that the states will also have to be brought on board. I think this also has to be read with the economic survey which was produced yesterday by the CA. The clear mention, let's get government out of the way. I think that's the message there. And when we talk of government there, it is not just central government. I guess 80% of that is state government. Land, labor, electricity, utilities, water supply, roads, they're all state issues, state subjects. So I think this budget not only moves the needle forward on things like manufacturing, agriculture, etc., it also brings to the forefront that centre and state has to work together, and they're putting the money to actually enable states to do what is required to be done. This is on the growth side. I'd also like to mention one thing on the tax side. This is actually addressing, if you've been reading the media for the last couple of months, general talk about, it's on the demand side, there's a lack of consumption demand, etc. I mean, putting 1 lakh crores into people's pockets, and the middle class actually have a very high propensity to spend. This money is not going to go into bank accounts or, or fixed deposit. It's going to circulate in the economy. And it'll also have a huge multiplier effect. So I actually see this addressing one major side of the demand equation. Similarly, I think the capex, I mean, it's remarkable that while there's this fiscal compression, 1 lakh crores given away in taxes, 1.5 lakh crores compression as far as fiscal deficit is concerned, you're still able to keep your capex. It's 3.1%, as good as it can be, and you're also incentivizing states the 1.5 lakh crore thing. And other thing is, she didn't mention it in her budget, but you need to read the numbers. I mean, the investment in railways is being maintained. The investment in roads is being maintained. And you see the additional focus now on cities, which is also infrastructure. We don't forget that, we tend to forget that cities are as important as railways and roads. And I think this is the future. We are rapidly urbanizing, and the budget is investing in high quality urbanization.
High quality urbanization, consumption, and of course growth. The budget ticks all boxes. It's an outstanding budget. Those are the words of the Niti Aayog CEO BVR Subramaniam, and also lays down a framework for a deeper center-state compact. Mr. Subramaniam, always a pleasure. Appreciate you joining us here on a big day on CNBC TV 18. Thanks very much for your insights and for your opinion this afternoon. Well, we're almost getting to the point of the market close. Prashant, Nigel Mangalam, back to you.
All right, Shreen, thank you very much for that. That's a very interesting conversation there. Markets are down 30 points. There is about, I think, 13 minutes to go as far as closing is concerned. I mean, the trends largely hold. Maybe there is a bit of moderation which has happened in prices, but it's largely consumption. And Mangalam Trend, Maruti, Tata Consumer, Eicher, Bajaj, ITC, Mahindra, Asian Paints, there is not one single infra type name there on the gaining side.
Take that point, and it's been a long time since these names were gaining as well, right? So their time, perhaps, as they say in the movies, apna time aa gaya for the consumption stocks itself. And while we speak about consumption, low-ticket urban, mass consumption itself, some of the urban mass premium consumption is doing as well too. If you're earning more than 25 lakh rupees and you're saving 1.1 lakh rupees on an annual basis on your taxes, what are you buying? Are you looking to buy some luxury watches? Look at Ethos. That stock too has been down in the doldrums from the highs and now suddenly up around 10% odd. So not only are you eating pizzas, a 9% up move is what we're seeing on Ethos as well.
Real estate is the other sector which is doing very well. The real estate index is up more than 3%. Macrotech 6.5%. Prestige up 5%. Parswanath, Sobha, DLF all gaining up. So
I don't know if you save more than you drink more also, because you have United Spirits, United Breweries, both of them at the high point of the day, Mangalam. So
urban consumption, all of that doing extremely well. So what we'll do is, while all these consumption-related names are doing well, you're watching us here on CNBC TV 18, but not only on the television. CNBC TV 18 is the #1 business news outlet on YouTube as well, the most viewed channel on budget day among the English business news outlets. CNBC TV 18 clocked more than 3.3 lakh concurrent views on YouTube. This is nearly 3 times more than our nearest competitor. CNBC TV 18 remains your budget headquarters for the last 25 years. And for that, we have no one but you to thank. All you viewers, thank you for your continued support, not only on television, but on digital, and as we speak, on YouTube as well.
Presently, taxpayers can claim the annual value of self-occupied properties as nil only on the fulfillment of certain conditions. Considering the difficulties faced by taxpayers, it is proposed to allow the benefit of 2 such self-occupied properties without any condition. To streamline the process of transfer pricing and to provide an alternative to yearly examination, I propose to introduce a scheme for determining arm's length price of international transaction for a block period of 3 years. This will be in line with global best practices. With a view to reduce litigation and provide certainty in international taxation, the scope of safe harbor rules is being expanded. A number of senior and very senior citizens have very old national savings schemes accounts. As interest is no longer payable on such accounts, I propose to exempt withdrawals made from NSS by individuals on or after 29th August 2024. I am also proposing to allow similar treatment to NPS Vatsalya accounts as is available to normal NPS accounts subject to overall limits. The middle class provides strength for India's growth. This government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, has always believed in the admirable energy and ability of the middle class in nation building. In recognition of their contribution, In recognition of their contribution, we have periodically reduced their tax burden. Right after 2014, the nil tax slab was raised to 2.5 lakhs of rupees, which was further raised to 5 lakh rupees in 2019 and to 7 lakh rupees in 2023. This is reflective of our government's trust on the middle class taxpayers. I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees. So, the indirect tax reforms and changes in direct taxes in Part B. Financial sector reforms. The FDI limit for the insurance sector will be raised from 74 to 100%. This enhanced limit will be available for those companies which invest the entire premium in India. The current guardrails and conditionalities associated with foreign investment will be reviewed and simplified. The services of India Post Payment Bank will be deepened and expanded in rural areas.
Okay, no big change on the market screen, just 40 points lower on a 23,000, near 500 kind of index. So gains largely intact, which the market has accumulated from the lows that we've seen last Monday. So this is, of course, just a couple of minutes to go before we wrap up things this Saturday afternoon. Shardul Shroff, of course, has been very patiently waiting by. Shardul, I trust you heard the Niti Aayog CEO speak with my colleague Shireen. And very interesting, forceful remarks. I mean, this is a budget for Viksit Bharat. But that is one. But the other thing is, there was some, at the margin, not widespread, but some fear, especially after the economic survey and what we heard from the CA as well, that 7-8 years now, a corporate tax rate went down from 35% to 25%. And there was a table in the economic survey yesterday as well. Job addition has been anemic, absolutely anemic. So, organized, well-paying jobs, I mean. And that maybe the government will do something to correct that. But what they've done is, of course, lower taxes on the personal income tax side.
Correct.
On the corporate side, thankfully, nothing.
Yes.
You think that's an area of focus going forward?
I think the fact that corporate taxes don't go down is the manner in which the deficit is kept, intact. You have the FRBM and you have to maintain the deficit level below 5%. So not decreasing the corporate tax has the benefit of continuity in terms of taxation. Not reducing the HNI income also has the ability of raising the revenue bucket. And I think all in all, it's a good budget.
Shardul, thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate your time here on CNBC TV 18, and we'll speak again. But good conversation after a long time. Prakash is back with us to wrap things up. There's 4 minutes to go for close. Prakash, some of the moves that we're seeing is all local investors, foreigners, of course, absent today, holiday. Some of these moves on consumption, etc., will last. As Mangalam was saying, there's no counterparty in that sense today.
Absolutely. So these are just gimmicky things. You get some names, you want to kind of trade on that, and you made money on both sides today. So even if you sold, you made money. You bought, you made money. A lovely market, but
and at times in the same stock.
Absolutely, and that shows that it's so indecisive. And it'll take some time because consumption is not something which will change numbers overnight. So, and there's no point buying into the dying moments of the market and say, oh, this is the last day you get to buy. But consumption makes sense. So you could choose so many things out of that because everything is undervalued from a relative perspective.
So if you could, just give 3 stocks after today's budget that people should look at.
So let me give you names, which of course you could do it on Monday, but think about it.
Today.
so I was talking about tourism. Medical tourism is trying to make a comeback, and Thomas Cook, for example, is one of the names that tried doing this some years back. People have more money; they'll take tours, travel. You buy Indigo, you buy ancillaries in airlines, you buy an updater services. The gig economy plays kind of support you. All these new airports, 52 new destinations, you'll need people to work and ground services and so many things. So that's the way to look at it, saying which pockets of consumption are either too underinvested or underowned, and you'll be able to find a whole list in the value chain. It might not just be prominent names, but that's what we've been doing. So mining, there's so much being talked about mining. You have AI engineering, Tejo, these are pure mining equipment guys. So that's where a lot of capex will get directed eventually. So I'm sure we have enough to do, and we'll have to wait for 7th of Feb to really see some decisive moves, but we'll discuss more on Monday.
By the way, Vishal Mega Mart is also one of the consumption plays and affordable consumption plays, and that's up nearly about 7-8%. And NIIT, given the focus on skilling, NIIT Limited has moved up close to about 7%, and Zensar, sort of an unexplained move, but that's up nearly about 10.5%, and pretty good volumes today on that.
All right, so let's, I guess, wrap it up on that.
But I think Prakash put it nicely, gimmicky. I think that's the word he used, right? And I think that nicely summarizes, at least not all. I mean, there is, of course, a boost, no doubt. It's just positive consumption.
In the long term, it's going to be very favorable, but right now you just keep throwing some balls in
animal
there.
spirits are they unleashed?
It's good if it's not only on one day. Let it build up.
No, I'm saying, does the budget unleash the animal spirits?
Not yet, no.
All right, so we'll, let Prakash hold on to his thoughts, maybe take the Sunday off, speak on Monday once again, as Ramdev ji said. Monday is Monday.
It's a tamed animal for now.
Unleash himself over the weekend.
Unleash himself over the weekend as well. So, let's wrap it up with the consumption stock doing extremely well. Nothing to show for on the Nifty. Just a 40-point downtick. If you looked at just the open and the close of the market, it wouldn't look like it's the budget day. But if you looked at the consumption stocks, it would look like, okay, apna time aa gaya. Is that how one would summarize the day?
Well, that's right. And if you looked at the railway stocks, you would say it was budget day because nothing came to them. And all those stocks, in fact, they went home with sharp cuts. Ircon was down close to 10%, RBNL down close to around 10%, IRFC as well. And actually, we got used to it in the last few budgets that something will come for the railways. This time around, they missed out, as Manglam said. Consumption was the top gainer. You had some of these economy-facing companies, Capex, Defense, all of them did sell off in today's trading session.
Just one thing, guys. Mangalam said that this did not look like a budget day. Actually, if you go by the last 2 budgets, this looked exactly like the budget day on the Nifty. The reason is February 2024, which is before the election, right? The Nifty closed down 0.1%.
That was the interim budget.
Final July 2024. Minus 0.1.
Again, that was the first small budget.
And guess what the change is? 0.06% today. So in that sense, and go back to 2023 as well, 0.3% lower. So actually, last 3 budgets, there has been less than 0.5% change on the day of the budget. And actually, even intraday, the moves, I think today the intraday move is about, 1.25%, 1.5%, but otherwise, it's been largely maybe not even 1.5% today, but it's been very quiet on budget days for the last 3, and I think now for the 4th budget as well. So I think we are done for the day. Markets ending slightly lower on a very, very kind of a tentative note, but not very much to take away one way or the other. Consumption, the clear leader, and of course the headline from the budget was the personal income tax cuts. And that too not without drama, because as the finance minister initially announced that 4.4 fiscal deficit number, markets assumed there's not going to be too much in terms of help on the taxes front, but she saved the best for the last with that personal income tax relief, which is amounting to about 1 lakh crores or so. From all of us here, it's goodbye. Thank you very much for watching. Rima.
Well, and before we go, let's just quickly tell our viewers that CNBC TV 18 is the #1 business news outlet even on YouTube. It's the most watched channel today on Budget Day among all the English business news outlets. So CNBC TV 18 has clocked in more than 3.3 lakh concurrent views on YouTube. And this is more than 40 times than our competitor. CNBC TV 18 continues to remain your budget headquarters for the last 25 years, and we would like to thank all our viewers for that. Thank you.
The indirect tax reforms and changes in direct taxes in Part B. Financial sector reforms. The FDI limit for the insurance sector will be raised from 74 to 100%. This enhanced limit will be available for those companies which invest the entire premium in India. The current guardrails and conditionalities associated with foreign investment will be reviewed and simplified. The services of India Post Payment Bank will be deepened and expanded in rural areas. NABFID will set up a partial credit enhancement facility for corporate bonds for infrastructure. Public sector banks will develop Grameen Credit Score Framework to serve the credit needs of SHG members and people in rural areas. A forum for regulatory coordination and development of pension products will be set up. To implement the earlier announcement on simplifying the KYC processes, the revamped Central KYC Registry will be rolled out in 2025. We will also implement a streamlined system for periodic updating. Presently, taxpayers can claim the annual value of self-occupied properties as nil only on the fulfillment of certain conditions. Considering the difficulties faced by taxpayers, it is proposed to allow the benefit of 2 such self-occupied properties without any condition. To streamline the process of transfer pricing and to provide an alternative to yearly examination, I propose to introduce a scheme for determining arm's length price of international transaction for a block period of 3 years. This will be in line with global best practices. With a view to reduce litigation and provide certainty in international taxation, the scope of safe harbor rules is being expanded. A number of senior and very senior citizens have very old national savings schemes accounts. As interest is no longer payable on such accounts, I propose to exempt withdrawals made from NSS by individuals on or after 29th August 2024. I am also proposing to allow similar treatment to NPS Vatsalya accounts as is available to normal NPS accounts subject to overall limits. The middle class provides strength for India's growth. This government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, has always believed in the admirable energy and ability of the middle class in nation building. In recognition of their contribution, we have periodically reduced their tax burden. Right after 2014, the nil. I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees. I propose to 1. Remove 7 tariff rates. This is over and above the 7 tariff rates removed in 23-24 budget. The revised estimate of the fiscal deficit is 4.8% of the GDP.
ये बजट एक फोर्स मल्टीप्लायर है। ये बजट सेविंग्स को बढ़ाएगा, इन्वेस्टमेंट को बढ़ाएगा, कंजम्पशन को बढ़ाएगा और ग्रोथ को भी तेजी से बढ़ाएगा।
ये भारत सरकार का बजट है कि बिहार सरकार का बजट है? आपने बिहार के अलावा किसी और प्रदेश का नाम सुना वित्त मंत्री जी के पूरे बजट भाषण में?
The infrastructure is not going for the rest of the country. It's only going towards Bihar because we all know that this year is the Bihar election. So basically, for essence, and Maharashtra has been ignored, and Tamil Nadu, there's not a single word for Tamil Nadu or for any other southern states.
Hello and welcome to this special budget broadcast. This budget puts more money in the hands of the middle class with income tax sweeteners, also stays the course of fiscal consolidation, but only a minor increase in capex outlay. Further, it continues to remain optimistic around divestment but lowers targets for FY26. I'm Prashant Nair. With me, my colleagues Nigel D'Souza and Mangalam Malu. We're also joined by Amit Jeswani of Stallion Asset Private Limited and Pankaj Tibrewal of Ikagai Asset Managers. Gentlemen, great to have both of you here as well. Nigel and Mangalam, thanks very much for joining in. The story of the day, I think, arguably was FMCG consumption. So, Mangalam, just wrap it up for us. What happened and how did the market take it?
You know, the most important thing that happened in this budget was the income tax cut, and as a result of which people have more money in their hands, which they're left with after paying lesser taxes as compared to last year. So just to quote the Finance Minister, no tax incidence on a person earning up to 12 lakh rupees. You save 70,000 rupees every year if you are earning more than 18 lakh rupees. And if you're earning more than 25 lakh rupees, then 1.1 lakh rupees every year is what you save as against the previous tax regime. All of that made all the consumption stocks, specifically the urban consumption stocks, a lot happier. Why is that? Because over the last few quarters, if you've seen, urban consumption has been hitting a bit of a wall. At the same time, that accounts for nearly 65% of FMCG companies' sales. We've heard from all the managements as well. So companies which benefit from a revival in urban consumption sentiment. You had the likes of Jubilant FoodWorks, Zomato, Avenue Supermarts, maybe something like a Trent, etc. All of them doing well as well. From the discretionary side, even from the staple side, the ones who have higher, salience coming in from urban India, the likes of Nestle, which gets nearly 80% of its revenue from urban India, or GCPL, which is about 70%, Britannia, Marico, all of them recovered from lows. So that was a positive. Add to all these things, the fact that these consumption stocks were under pressure for underperforming over the last couple of years, having come back to their 10-year average valuations as well, and with no incremental benefit or incremental growth coming in or attributed towards capex and railway themes along with defense themes, which have been doing well for the last few years, maybe capital shifts towards the consumption space from here on when it comes to growth from here. So maybe that was the reason. We're going with seize the moment for this budget. Maybe it's time for consumer stocks to go ahead and seize the moment.
Okay, all right, Mangalam, thanks a lot for that. Well, let's welcome our guest, Pankaj, as well as Amit. Thanks, gentlemen, for joining in. Pankaj, let's come across to you first. I think you were hinting to be in the camp that wanted a bit of a capex push. Now, we've got a consumption push and maybe a pretty decent capex outlay as well, though I think most on the street wanted a little bit more on that front. Your reading of the budget, and would you jump more into some consumption-related names now?
Good afternoon, Nigel. Our sense is that we went into the budget with very low expectation. We means the market. And there were concerns that there could be some tinkering with the capital gains tax, how the fiscal number maths will add up to. I think the FM has done an excellent job, if you ask me, in managing growth along with fiscal. And the maths we were looking at behind the fiscal and the assumption on taxation seems to be very realistic. So our sense is that there is an impetus towards growth, but this time it's from investment-led to CapEx, consumption-led. And I think it's very important to take directions from the government. If you remember, Government 1.0 pre-COVID, I think it was all about consumers, middle class, MSME, exports. Post-COVID, the government direction right from day one was manufacturing, infra-led growth, PLI, and government gave a huge push towards it, where 3 lakh crores became 11.5 lakh crores. Now, since June 24, we have started to see indication that this term of the government could be all about the welfare of the schemes back again. And first you saw the 12 states announcing some welfare schemes to the tune of 3 lakh crores, followed by this significant concession of 1 lakh crores in the hands of people. And if it is followed by interest rate cut, most probably in the 6th Feb credit policy, it will clearly show that government first wants to bring growth this time through consumption, which has been beaten down for the last 4 or 5 years.
And I think
market is clearly showing that shift. Maybe too early to take that call.
Right.
But I think normally these things starts to build in over a period.
And I think
my only sense is that when I look at the portfolios across the board, largely it's consumption infra-led right now across the portfolios, because the last 4 years the investment theme has done so well. Most of the portfolios are tilted across the board towards defense, railways, capital goods. And if that continues from a consumption perspective, I think people will have to make that shift. And that shift was clearly reflected today in the market. Maybe next few weeks and months will suggest us whether it was an inflection point and there is a theme change which is happening. I believe it could be that you could be back from value to growth again, and growth this time in consumption, not infra.
Okay, all right. You've been, over the last couple of months, we've chatted, Pankaj talked about QSR and a few consumption names yourself. So we'll come back on specifics, more specifics in a bit. Amit, your sense for the first time in many quarters, you turned a little cautious. Does today's budget change anything? Pankaj used the word, we'll find out in hindsight whether this was a bit of an inflection point for consumption names. What did he make of it?
Prashant, it was a super budget. It was a time had come in markets where only 10 stocks were growing. Like if there are 100 stocks across consumer, paints, autos, etc. Point had come that only 10, 15 stocks were growing and the rest 80, 90 stocks were not growing well. And too much capital was chasing those 10 stocks. And we were also doing the same thing, to be honest. But that worked very well for us in 2024 and 2025. Of course, money left those stocks because money just wanted to leave everything, and that trade got a little disturbed. But coming back, this is a super budget. While that 12 lakh is the game changer for consumer stocks, I believe there is some sentiment change because if you think about it, paints were growing at 0%. FMCG companies, majority of them were growing near 0%. Even the best retailers were not growing more than 20% in the country. So this is a pivot point where the capex on infra, etc., is the growth of capital outlay is now near 0% YOY. So market chases growth, and markets will keep finding newer places of growth. And looks like consumer after 2-3 years will make a comeback. It will not just be the top 10 companies. I think the entire basket, because the valuation is now not as expensive as it used to be. So hopefully we will make money on both sides. The good part, the companies who are executing in bad times will execute even better in good times, and the companies who are not executing in the good times, the bad times, will have a cyclical kind of recovery of valuation and earnings coming in. So let's see. I'm optimistic. We've had a rough January, but I think February has started on a super rocking note.
All right, February started on a super rocking note. The good part is that February started on Saturday itself, the markets were trading. We'll keep an eye out on how it pans out, when full volumes come by on Monday as well. But consumption wasn't the only thing that we were looking at in this budget itself. It was, the insurance space as well. If you look at the finance minister, she brought cheer to the insurance space as well with an announcement of hiking the FDI into the sector. But at the same time, there were worries about insurance seeing lack of growth because people opted for the new income tax as well because of the relief that came in from the Finance Minister on the income tax too. Yash joins in to tell us what the insurance sector takeaways from this budget have been. Yash.
Well, Mangalam, three most important takeaways. The first one, as you started with, increasing the FDI, the foreign direct investment limit in the sector, taking it to its optimum point of 100% from the current 74%. The last time when it was raised from 49 to 74, it got very little attention from foreign players in terms of bringing in the capital. But the regulator, the government was confident that if a complete autonomy is given to foreign players, where they decide how much capital, the business directions, the policy decisions, then that capital will indeed come in. So increase in FDI was the first one, largely positive for the sector and the unlisted players more than the listed players. The second announcement, which was a dampener and which was largely expected also, was the push which will come from the government side on the new income tax regime. Remember, the new income tax regime does not give you any exemptions like the old one under ATC for life insurance and ATD for health insurance. The government said the big thing, which was essentially no tax for an income of up to 12.75 lakhs if exemption or rebate is taken. And that made the new income tax regime a lot more attractive. The fear is that if people start moving from the old tax regime to the new tax regime, then the purpose of buying insurance for tax saving gets defeated, both life and health insurance. Hence, that was the fear, and the stocks reacted to that particular news. Though HDFC Life on the channel said just 2% of their new business premium comes under ATC. For the sector, it is about 5 to 7%. The third one was taxation on ULIP. So far, ULIP premium of more than 2.5 lakhs, the returns which come in were taxed as other income, which gets computed into your income tax, and accordingly slab-wise you're taxed. But here the government has clarified that now it will be taxed as capital gains tax, which is 12.5%, which will be the lower range of tax as compared to the higher marginal rate under income tax.
Okay, all right. Thanks a lot for that, Yash. Pankaj, does this sector now come under your radar? You know, insurance companies, they were all over the place today. Initially, they saw a big downtick because a lot of people will move to the new tax slab. But then we had clarifications coming in there. Vibha as well of HDFC Life did clarify only 2% do fall under that particular bracket. Your view, Pankaj, on insurance stocks?
So overall, Nigel, I think insurance companies are very well positioned. If you look at insurance, when they do well, whenever the yield curve steepens, and I think that's a time when really the insurance companies does well, because the non-par, the protection, the annuity part, they really make money in that. So my sense is that at lower levels, insurance could be a great opportunity from a 2 to 3 year perspective. And our view is that the yield curve is going to steepen from here on. And on 6th of Feb, if the RBI decides to cut rates and there's some steepening in the yield curve, probably insurance is a great play from overall. And valuations have come off over the last 3 years. Insurance as a sector has not given any return. And these are solid franchises from a medium to long-term perspective. And we ourselves are evaluating both the general as well as the life players in this space.
So Pankaj is having a look at that. Amit, does it come under your radar?
So insurance, we don't have any positions as of now. The growth's not picking up. If you look at the entire pack, the insurance pack, the growth has been very mediocre for us to get in. So we've not been we like the marketplace, the market leader, the marketplace market leader, the bazaar here. But that is also a little expensive, and markets have taken the last January, we sold out Policy Bazaar way back, but markets are looking at valuations also very aggressively since January. So you cannot just chase growth. You want growth and reasonable prices both going forward in 2025, 2026. So we let's see, we don't have any positions, or we're not even thinking in those lines. Very complex. Life insurance is a very complex business to understand. It is nobody understands embedded value. At least we don't understand embedded value, how to calculate what futures will look like, because you're taking money in now, you're insuring something that will happen 20 years in the future. It's very, very difficult to understand this
stocks
game.
Basically,
it's very tough. We don't understand it very well. So we only focus on general insurance. That is easier to understand. Okay. But I don't see the growth rates that we need.
Right. Got it. Before we wrap, Pankaj, it's based on one event. It's very difficult to change one's view or kind of suddenly go into something. As a trader, you can do it in and out and all of that stuff. But if the game this time around, the Saransh, as they call it, out of the budget is more money in the hands of the consumer. It's figuring out where that money will go, right? Amit had some ideas. If you had to pick out one space, could it be, from a listed standpoint, we're trying to connect both. More hands in the consumer, which companies, listed space. So what would those be? One or two areas you think? Briefly, Pankaj.
So, Prashant, always remember that event could be one-off, but inflection points normally come like this. And if you remember 2021, 22, when we started to get positive on the entire investment theme, we didn't know that in the next 3-4 years, the push from both global and local would be towards investment in terms of PLI, in terms of Make in India and others, and government push. Probably this would be the time when probably government is indicating to us that the next couple of years could be welfare for the people. So we should not ignore that direction from a portfolio composition and portfolio construction perspective. And coming to consumption, I think it's a broad sector. What we are positive on is the consumer durable segment, home building segment, not so much on FMCG, but retailing, value retailing, and companies which have executed well in the past with a strong brand franchise. Right. And don't forget, Prashant, that many B2B businesses today, which lie in the investment theme, are price to vision, not price to perfection also, but price to vision. And there we need to be a little now careful that there could be significant derating if growth is below expectation in terms of order inflow or the government push towards spending.
If it is indeed an inflection point, Pankaj, and I take your point completely. That's why, as they say, investing is simple, but it's not easy, right? I mean, because something has worked for very long. If something is changing, it's very difficult to make yourself believe that, well, this is it. But that's essentially what I guess you have to do and you have to believe as well. Mangal, you want to make a point? Sorry?
No, I was just saying that when he said that, it's not a day that makes the market, or it's a period of time. Maybe this is the time for the consumption stock. So I guess we'll just wrap up on this edition.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll have to do that then. Thanks a lot, Amit, as well as Pankaj, for joining in. We've completely run out of time. We'll wrap up on this edition. We'll be back with more news and updates on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Indirect tax reforms and changes in direct taxes in Part B. Financial sector reforms. The FDI limit for the insurance sector will be raised from 74 to 100%. This enhanced limit will be available for those companies which invest the entire premium in India. The current guardrails and conditionalities associated with foreign investment will be reviewed and simplified. The services of India Post Payment Bank will be deepened and expanded in rural areas. NABFID will set up a partial credit enhancement facility for corporate bonds for infrastructure. Public sector banks will develop Grameen Credit Score Framework to serve the credit needs of SHG members and people in rural areas. A forum for regulatory coordination and development of pension products will be set up. To implement the earlier announcement on simplifying the KYC processes, the revamped Central KYC Registry will be rolled out in 2025. We will also implement a streamlined system for periodic updating. Presently, taxpayers can claim the annual value of self-occupied properties as nil only on the fulfillment of certain conditions. Considering the difficulties faced by taxpayers, it is proposed to allow the benefit of 2 such self-occupied properties without any condition. To streamline the process of transfer pricing and to provide an alternative to yearly examination, I propose to introduce a scheme for determining arm's length price of international transaction for a block period of 3 years. This will be in line with global best practices. With a view to reduce litigation and provide certainty in international taxation, the scope of safe harbor rules is being expanded. A number of senior and very senior citizens have very old national savings schemes accounts. As interest is no longer payable on such accounts, I propose to exempt withdrawals made from NSS by individuals on or after 29th August 2024. I am also proposing to allow similar treatment to NPS Vatsalya accounts as is available to normal NPS accounts subject to overall limits. Presently, taxpayers can claim the annual value of self-occupied properties as nil only on the fulfillment of certain conditions. Considering the difficulties faced by taxpayers, it is proposed to allow the benefit of 2 such self-occupied properties without any condition. To streamline the process of transfer pricing and to provide an alternative to yearly examination.
And the manufacturing sector. Mr. Goyal, how do you think this budget fares in terms of giving more consumption power back to the middle class? Because that had been a pain point over the last few quarters.
Well, it's a very transformational budget. It's balanced. Continuity is evident in the budget, but very strategic in its outlook. It has planned a vision very holistically. Now, the benefits given to the middle class. It straight away results in money in the pocket of the middle class. India has a very rapidly growing middle class with 25 crore poor having come out of multidimensional poverty. You are rapidly seeing more and more people with increasing incomes. Their disposable income becomes much bigger. Savings of up to ₹1 lakh for all those who are earning up to 25 lakh rupees. And for those who are in a job at 12,75,000 rupees salary, you have zero income tax. I think it's a very, very big message that so far the government had focused on investment-led growth. Now we will have investment-led and consumption-led growth, which is how developed economies of the world have been created. So it's the right pathway to a developed India.
Sir, there was a concern about India's growth going forward, whether there are structural problems. The CA has said that the growth in this fiscal could be between 6.4 to 6.8%. What is your view on what this budget will now do for growth revival for FY25 and FY26?
My sense is this budget and the number of elements it touches, whether it's MSMEs, whether it's farmers, whether it's the youth for creating more job opportunities, our startups, creating the right infrastructure mix, monetizing 10 lakh crores worth of assets for reinvestment into the economy, focusing on ease of doing business, the Jan Vishwas Bill 2 also coming in now, working with the states to get ease of doing business at the state level activated and incentivizing them, focusing on tourism. Now, tourism we all recognize is one of the largest job creators. When she has looked at the minute detail in which she has gone. 50 destinations chosen through a challenge route. But within that, not only will infrastructure be created, marketing will be done. You'll even look at simple things like hygiene and sanitation. Udan supplements tourism. 4 crore more tourists or travelers with 120 new destinations. So that many more airports getting activated. Making it easier to reach the destination. Hotels being provided land at affordable prices so that hotels remain affordable. Homestays being given mudra loans now. I can clearly see in this Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's way of working. He always thinks very comprehensively, always thinks out of the box. And actually this budget has to be read in its entirety to understand the interlinkages, how he has connected the dots to prepare India for developed and prosperous future.
I want to speak about the focus on labor-intensive sectors such as leather and footwear. What is the kind of schemes or the policy contours that we are going to now see for support for these sectors? And do you think this has been done with the China Plus One opportunity in mind?
Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has always believed in the capabilities of our MSMEs, and it is not only toys and leather. Toys and leather are clearly focus areas where we have a huge amount of success story in our last few years. But he has overall given the MSME sector a big thrust. He has increased the Mudra loan limits. He has increased the limits of the very definition of MSME. We are finding that the credit guarantees will be given for term loans, for modernization of these MSMEs. Exporters will be given a thrust with easier finance available. There is a focus on food processing. In a way, when demand gets a boost, particularly through the benefits given to the middle class and greater disposable incomes, when our farmers' income increases, whether it's the focus on increasing their production or productivity, cotton, pulses, even look at the detailing. Makhana is a very nutritious and high demand product. Potential is huge. The farmers who are making makhana, when their product gets processed into a packaged, branded product, its value transforms itself. Just like we are seeing in tea, in coffee. Coffee, our exports went up to over $1 billion this year. So his whole idea is how farmers' income can be increased, how middle class can be getting a more disposable income, how the youth of the country can engage with technology, better skill sets. It's an effort to reach out to 140 crore Indians. Nobody should be left behind, is the mantra that Prime Minister Modi follows.
When it comes to duties, sir, we've got the new administration in the US and they have threatened tariffs. They've started with, of course, Canada and Mexico. They will go to China, and the feeling is they will impose tariffs on India as well. How are you gearing up, and how is that budget, how is this budget making India tariff ready?
Please don't go by feelings expressed by a few people. We have the courage of conviction that our friendship, our relationship with the United States is time-tested. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Trump share very deep bonds of friendship. He knows that India is a trusted partner of the United States of America. At the same time, we are wanting to work even closer with the United States of America to expand our relationship, whether it's on bringing back illegal immigrants, whether it's on making sure that American goods get a fair tariff regime in India which does not hurt their business interests, and simultaneously India
stakeholders and interest of education and health has been prioritized. When we're talking about education, from a child in a daycare center, portion for women, lactating mothers, till the level of getting skilling done, and also for artificial intelligence and digital reading material for students in school and colleges. Every aspect of education, and bringing in that dimension which is so critical for health. Daycare, cancer centers, and making sure more medical seats are available. These are kind of things with which I'm trying to highlight the approach in this budget